Okay. Let's see. All right. That's different. I'm trying to... Hello, everybody, by the way. So, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set up all my usual stream stuff, which usually is on Streamlabs, but I've been having a lot of problems with that lately in terms of recording, so I switched over to OBS for recording, and now I'm just trying to switch over to OBS for streaming as well, because I don't really want to have to use both of them interchangeably, but maybe I do. Either way, one thing we should probably get out of the way is the event crate for Outlaw. So I'm just gonna pin a comment about if you're wondering about the Outlaw crate rush event. Check my recent posts. There we go. And I will just pin them. $100 worth it, but you don't have enough Acorns. Yeah, same. The thing is, like, 4,500 for this seems a little too low. I almost feel like the price is going to increase every time you spin. And I kind of want to spin it just to test that, but I clearly don't have enough, and I won't have enough. I have some fortune keys and I could spin it, but like I'd need 2,700 Acorns to guarantee it, which probably isn't going to happen, so I'm not going to bother. Yeah, it's very cheap. If that's legitimate and it doesn't, like, if the price doesn't hike up every time you spin or something, it does not increase. Okay, good. I would have immediately taken my post down if it did, or probably like edited it or something. 2,700 Acorns is guaranteed? No, you purposely heard me wrong. 2,700 Acorns is how many more Acorns I need to guarantee it. You need 4,500 to guarantee it. Try it once? No. This is how you guys have no Acorns ever. Cause you're always like, oh, I'll just try it once. Don't do that. Don't do that. You guys cannot stay. I know, look, don't try to convince me otherwise. I know that it triggers you every time that I have anything. Me having this number of Acorns triggers so many of you that it's ridiculous. Same thing with the credits, same thing with these crates. I can't even own this stuff without you guys being like, wait a second, why isn't it gone? It should be gone right now. It's still good value. Yes, it is very good value. I would not spin it. Statistically, I think you're likely to get it in like 12 spins, and there's 15 overall, right? So you could maybe save yourself 3, but you're going to need pretty much all of them. You should just assume that you're going to need all 15, which is 4,500. Don't do it if you don't have that. You screwed up and miscalculated the Acorns required. Brother, I looked at this when I was making the post, and I just assumed, I counted this, and I saw the cost, and I was like, okay, so it's like, I counted this as 10, and then this is 20, and then this is 25, so I was like, or, yeah, that's what I did. This is 20, and then this is 25. So I was like, oh yeah, it's going to cost 7,500, because like my brain couldn't, Jane Attention, much appreciated. My brain couldn't wrap around the concept of that this would be 4,500 Acorns for rank 4. I was like, that doesn't make sense. So I almost posted it with the wrong cost. Should you buy it even if you won't use it? Well, I don't know why you'd buy it if you won't use it. You sent a friend request on Plarium Play? When? Because I just accepted one like 10 minutes ago. Not 10 minutes ago, it was more like 20 minutes ago before I started. For right now, we do have this. I like to start off with this. It's a good thing to start off with. Kind of wait for people to get here. One thing that I don't have on OBS is the view count. Which is kind of annoying. I wish that they'd show that. Okay. But it's fine, I could just look at YouTube Studio. It's just nice to see it on the screen, I think. That guy is a Deathwalker. I don't know what he's doing though. And the Stalker, dude. That's ridiculous, bro. You're cooked, right? He's freaking Dunzo. What is brother doing? Like, okay. I gotta get an angle on this. Chances are, I mean, clearly, right? I have to save him. I have to save him because he's not very smart. So now it's Disc Launcher versus Railgun. He may or may not have his ability in a second. Nah, we're fine. Favorite mech has to be Aegis for you? Nice. You just made Railgun Orion miss all his 6 shots with Lance. Yeah. It's good. Doesn't necessarily mean it's easy to use, but it is good. For that guy. That was not very bright. And then this dude's got a single nade 12 Onyx. Incredible. Incredible. He might actually kill that guy though. I think I can... Yeah. You're welcome. I guess this? I have to be aware of potential seekers. And if a teammate uses an EMP mech, I tend to prefer not to use an EMP mech on top of them. But it does really depend on whether or not they seem competent enough to help. Okay, so that guy's just sitting there. He's AFK. The other guy's not. I don't know where he went. The other guy's here. And of course, yeah, leave it to my teammate to get himself killed going for the AFK guy. Yeah. You got 1 for 1. It was a fair trade. You definitely worked for your kill, my friend. Good job, you barely got him. Like, bested in Mortal Kombat, except the other guy was literally just standing there doing nothing. Not only is he not a problem if he's standing there, it's also like really scummy to take advantage of AFK people. I just ignore them always. Like if I know that they're AFK, I will not shoot at them. Why do people always AFK in Hangar Showdown? Once they lose twice, I think they know that it's over. They know it's GG. The number of times that I've lost twice but still ended up winning is like, I want to say it's high because it's not high, but you know, it's a decent amount. Like, it's definitely possible. I do definitely dislike it when people just straight up quit because they're like, no, I'm just going to quit. Because it ruins chances of the other guys. Well, I'm timing you out for 30 minutes. I have no idea what you're saying, but I'm not going to read it. Don't spam. Minigun or podgun better on Aegis? I mean, definitely minigun, I would say. But if you have miniguns at like rank 3 or whatever, then yeah, it's not going to do so well. I don't have minigun in Hangar Showdown, and the reason that I don't The reason that I don't is because you don't want slow damage weapons in like a 2v2 situation. It's not gonna do very well. Like I really like minigun Eclipse, for example. But I will never use that in Hangar Showdown or in 2v2 or whatever. I would not use that. It's not good. Oh, pff, wow. Kill shot, get him out of here. Here's the thing, buddy. Yeah, even if you backtracked, I knew you're gonna go back there. Sure, we can double pod. I'm not necessarily a huge fan of doubling up on weapons, but I definitely don't want to double up on mechs. Well, he's going the opposite direction. Okay, because he doesn't want my protection. Oh, that's not good. Hemlock with Stormwreck 6s. Yeah, my teammate's dead. No surprise there. Oh, but he killed the other guy. Didn't even notice. Hello. Hello. Yes, you know, the problem with this... So he can come get me. So what I'm gonna do instead... He's back. Are you kidding me? Oh, but I might kill him. He doesn't want to approach me. I have 2 shots in my magazine, though, which is really pathetic. I'm just gonna run, because he's gonna try it again, yeah. I think I might have got him. Oh, maybe not. How? Try it. Hemlock users are a different breed, brother. How far do you recommend using pod guns? What do you mean? Like what range, or like for how long? People use pod gun even at late game. It's more of like a supportive type weapon, but they use it. I think one of them's an Eclipse, and then the other guy's a Redeemer. Yeah, he's coming for you. He's coming for you, brother. He's coming for you. One's a nade launcher Eclipse. Okay. He just full ran for it. Look, just because you're an Eclipse does not mean that you win every. Should have staggered my shots, but it doesn't matter. Thank you, friend. For how long? Yeah. I mean, you could use it even late game. Plenty of people do. The Gear Hub Guide says Pod 8. Well, yeah, not everything that you get is used forever, right? The Gear Hub Guide also says Slingshot. Doesn't mean that I want you to use it for all eternity. Stormwreck 6 on Aegis. I'd put that on something else. If you have Redeemer, I'd put the Stormwreck on Redeemer, to be honest. Because Aegis has like a 10-second shield. Stormwrecks, even with an epic reload implant, are going to take like between 8 and 11 seconds to reload. Which is basically your entire ability duration, right? So that means you fire once, and then for the rest of your shield duration, you have no damage output. So I like to equip weapons on Aegis that have relatively constant damage output. Brother, why do people keep spam calling me? It's ridiculous. And it's only now. I haven't had that recently. But anyway, so anything with relatively constant damage outputs, like Podgun, has quite a lot of ammo and has a relatively short reload time. Otherwise, like Viper, Graviton Beam is technically another one that you could do, but you have to get it to rank 6. And I also don't really like Graviton Beam on Aegis because you just can't really move enough to keep the beam on people. But otherwise, also like Minigun, right? So just good high damage weapons that you can fire for a long time, because these have natural downsides. The natural downside of something like Graviton Beam is that you have to be out in the open for a long time to get your damage out. But if you use it on a mech like Panther that has an invincible shield for 10 seconds, that's 10 seconds of really, really high damage output, and you don't really have to worry about the downside. So that's the whole thing, right? It's not necessarily... You don't necessarily have to ignore weapons that have downsides. You just have to pair them with mechs that counteract the downsides as much as possible. Also, hello, Pablo. Call and ask them how much they like Podgun on Aegis. It's a good question. Is Revoker usable on Panther? I mean, I don't know why you'd even attempt it. I should do these blueprints real quick. Stalker worth full upgrade. No. You shouldn't max out anything besides legendary stuff. And, okay, maybe Lancer as well. Lancer's, I suppose, is a good one. It's really, really cheap. But other than that, like even Paragon, I've explained why I don't think Paragon is a great investment, even though it's equally as cheap as Lancer. None of these other things you should max out, even epic stuff, because you'll get access to you'll get access to legendary stuff, and this stuff is just way better. Like, yes, it's cheaper to max out these, but you can't use it forever. At some point, you will have to move on to epic, and at some point, you'll have to move on to legendary, and at some point, you'll have to eventually max out your legendary stuff. So, by maxing out anything else, you're just delaying the inevitable. I would say that Lancer is somewhat of an exception, because you really don't have very many good scout options early on. This is the cheapest one, and it's also basically... It gives you the same benefits that, like, a Lacewing does early on. You won't use it forever, but it's super cheap, and it performs about... It performs the function of a S-tier mech, right? Like, none of these others really do the same thing. Like, Shadow is not a budget-friendly version of Eclipse. Eclipse is mostly used for the effect immunity, right? And Shadow doesn't have that, so the stealth is pointless. So you don't want to upgrade Shadow. And really, any of these other stuff, like maybe Tengu, but even then, probably not. While you have only tier 7 opened? What do you mean? So you're in tier 7 and stuff is expensive, so your solution to that is, instead of saving up to buy the expensive stuff, your solution to that is to burn all of your currency on stuff that you know is not as good. It's a thing that you could do. Wouldn't necessarily recommend it. Your savings are for Eclipse, so you're not going for Outlaw? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. A crate rush like this is not going to come up very often. So if you went for it, even if you were saving up, I wouldn't blame you. but at the same time, Outlaw's like not that good. I don't even think I put it in S tier. I think I put it in A tier. In my mech tier list. I don't really remember. But I'm pretty sure I don't think I put it in S tier. Not many people use it. It's very good in circumstances that it does work, but not a lot of people use it, realistically. So it's not the sort of thing that's like, oh yeah, absolutely everyone should get it. Just wondering if you should put railguns on Stalker. You shouldn't. Are you in tier 7? You shouldn't be using Stalker at all. If you're in tier 7, you should not be using Stalker. Railgun on Orion is the only good railgun build you're ever going to find. It's a very good one. If you have Orion, go get railgun. Why not? But if you don't have Orion, you shouldn't even really own railgun, much less put it on Stalker. Well, I'm gonna time you out for 30 minutes. Bye-bye. Don't spam. I don't know what he said. I don't care. Railgun Stalker's OP against Nomads. So? You're just making my point. Railgun Stalker is really good against everyone who's not a player, so it's really good against bots. That's not exactly helpful now, is it? Anything can be good against bots if you know how to play the game. He's gonna stealth, yeah. I was pretty sure I could get I had the damage for that, yeah. Railgun Orion would be more OP than Railgun Stalker. It's not even just a matter of, oh, it deals slightly more damage. It's a matter of shield piercing. The moment anyone with an epic perimeter multilayer level 3 shows up, your entire career is over, and you cannot afford for that to happen because there's so many people with low-level multilayered mods. It's really easy to get those. Not only is it easy to get, it's really good to get them. Those are the strongest mods out there. And you don't want a build that's specifically bad against all of the strongest mods. Did I kill him? Yeah, no, he's done. I don't even know what he's doing. He's not really. Whatever. Yeah, you're dead too. If it's marked by Ryan, does the damage increase when the blades retract? I'm pretty sure I covered that in the test video. I assume you mean the new thing. Silverthorn. Oh, this is gonna make a gun. 2 surges. Hi. She's oblivious. He doesn't know what's going on. Alright. So I want to be like... My teammate's dead, clearly. However... It's fine. Doesn't matter. Your railgun 8s are on your Stalker till you get Orion. 4 KSP. That is so bad, dude. You've wasted so much currency. I don't know what you wasted it on, but you wasted something. I'm pretty sure when I first got Orion, I was still under 4,000 SP. If you're 5k, should you still use Orion Railgun 8? I mean, do you have it? If you have it and it works, then don't ask me. You know? Like, if it works, then it works. My input has nothing to do about it. If you're wondering if you should, if you don't have it and you want to know if you should get it, then that's slightly different. You only have Orion. Okay, you don't have Railgun. If you think you'd like the playstyle, then go for it. Railgun Orion is something that you could use late game. It's not nearly as effective because there's a lot more mods involved. But you could do like an 8 and 12 Railgun build later down the road if you wanted to, right? Namor. Thought he was supposed to be fast. Instead he's thick. And then the other guy is this. Tony the Man. Aye. That's not great. Okay. Let me get an angle on this turd. I got you, pal. I'm so dead. But hopefully. Yeah, he had range on that. Hopefully. These guys are freaking Revoker Eclipse. There's no chance that he doesn't win that. Okay. Really? Oh, but we won it. Okay. I was gonna say, if we got a draw for that, brother, that would have been so cringe. Sure. Oh, dang. I was not really intending to do that. I was waiting to see what he was going to pick, because I don't want to pick the same thing. I feel like a lot of players, they see that you pick something, and then they're like, oh, I also have that thing, and so they also pick that same thing. It's like, no, that's exactly not what you want to do. Okay. Gonna use this wall here. One of them are dead. Yep. I got you, pal. Oh, nice. Okay. I was just gonna run it. I have to try to sneak up on him with a freaking Zephyr, dude. Yeah, sure. Seems fun to one-shot people. Okay, well, the higher SP you get, the less likely it is that you one-shot people, right? Again, don't get it because it's OP at my SP. I'm gonna run at this guy. Oh, okay. It's fine. Hey. Pay attention to me, you piece of crap. He wasn't paying attention. He was just going... I mean, fair enough, I suppose. The surge is probably a bigger problem, though. What rare mechs are worth full upgrades? None. No, like I literally just said. The only there are only two kinds of mechs that are worth maxing out. Legendary ones, the strong legendary ones that you're gonna use for pretty much forever. Maybe Orion if you really, really like it, but probably not. But otherwise, like Lancer, you just max that out early on. Like you want to get it, you want to have it maxed by the time you're in tier 5, probably. Otherwise, it'd just be like rank 6 while you're in tier 4 or rank 5. But yeah, so like the Lancer, just because it's super, super strong and it's super nice to have that mech that can exploit all those maps. It's not going to be good in Hangar Showdown though. But then all those like legendary stuff. Nothing in between is really worth maxing out. Because it's a lot of resources that you could have spent buying a legendary mech. Right? If you always go for whatever's cheaper, you'll end up with a bunch of maxed low tier stuff and no legendary stuff. You won't end up with anything that's actually good. And then you'll be sitting there wondering why you have no resources and nothing that's good. The reason's because you're not saving up your resources to buy the good stuff. You're just buying whatever's cheaper, right? Am I going to create a new account? I'm glad you brought that up. So here's the situation. 90 gambling keys. Yeah, exactly. I'll probably wait until I get like 100 and then do that during a video. Not like as its own video, but during a video probably. 100's a nice number. But this right here. So that was yeah, that's the post on that. So that was that. I posted it. That's for channel members. It's not for you. Actually, you know what? I don't care. You guys can see it. Maybe you'll be more inclined to be a channel member. Look at that. I'm working on a video. It's going to be really fancy. Hopefully, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, it's like this one, I think, is the one that you're referring to. Most people voted for this. But here's the thing. My goal here is not to spend money. My goal is to make money, right? I don't want to be operating at a net loss just to make some random stupid series, right? If it would cost me more than it makes, then I'm not going to make it. So I put this in here in the poll because I figured it would probably be a pretty decent idea. I'm going to put you in timeout for 24 hours, so you're not coming back today. That's like the fourth guy who is spamming, dude. I got no patience for it now. But anyway, yes, that's kind of a problem. I figured this was going to be a decent idea, but I wasn't sure how many people were going to want it. But it turned out most people wanted it. And now I'm not 100% sure how I want to do it. I'm kind of thinking of like making it a mostly channel member series. I'm not gonna lie. This is going to be for people who have money. So, you know, if you want to watch it, then I'll probably like every now and again when there's something like when I make a video that I think is like more broadly applicable, right? Something that applies to everybody, or something that I think everybody would like to see, then I'll probably make it public. But I'm thinking maybe just for the majority of this series, I maybe just make it a members only thing. But I'm not sure. I don't think it's a bad idea. Should you get the StarMech 10? Yeah, probably. Isn't optimized kind of the same idea? What do you mean? No, optimized would be I don't do anything that's like I wouldn't buy let's say freaking I don't know. Redeemer maybe. The optimized one was basically just like I go through the Gear Hub spending the least amount possible, and I basically just follow the Gear Hub guide that I made. So I wouldn't upgrade, you know, I wouldn't be like upgrading this stuff. I wouldn't max out Lancer. Although maybe I would, to be honest. At this point, I would say maxing out Lancer is a thing I genuinely recommend. But I wouldn't buy and rank up any of these other things if I don't have to. Wouldn't rank up Juggernaut. Wouldn't buy a bunch of these weapons, probably. I wouldn't get Viper, I'd just get Overdriver. What are some other things that I've gotten? Let me think. That I got from a playoff event. This I might not get, even though it's really good. I think if I'm speedrunning, essentially the goal is to speedrun into a late game free-to-play account, which is what most people want to do, but it's not what I want to do. What else would I do? Or wouldn't I do? Wouldn't rank up my long arms, that's for sure. Probably wouldn't get Quantum Gun. Rank up any of those things. Definitely wouldn't get Fuse Mortar. Those I got for free, essentially. Yeah. But that's essentially what that idea was. Do I want a 1v1? No, I don't. $5 per stream will be good. That's crazy. No, if I made it a channel member series, it would just be for everybody. So, and I mean, a membership's $2 a month, right? Like, so if you are a player with like a $10 budget, that's what I was probably gonna do, is like $10 budget per month. So if you have a little bit of a budget, then you could probably afford $2 a month as well. But you know, I don't necessarily want to make it entirely paywalled, because I know it's, there's a lot of things that I would say in that would apply to the larger, just the larger player base. But it's definitely the sort of thing where it's like, I don't know. I don't necessarily make a lot from this, right? So if I'm gonna be spending money, I want to make sure that I'm at least making that amount back. Do I remember you? Yeah, I remember you. I don't know about us. Do anything though. Storm X6 be good on Ares? Yeah. It's good for a little while. Is Overdriver really better than Viper? Yeah, it is. Pretty much just straight up, full stop. I don't think there's really any nuance to it. Like, the Overdriver versus Minigun talk is like, there's pros and cons to both of them, and I personally prefer Minigun. But like Overdriver versus Viper, I really can't think of any reason why I'd use Viper over Overdriver. Over. So I would choose it. Any mech that I'd ever want to use Viper on, I could use Overdriver on and do better. But I already made a weapon tier list, so like, if you watched that, most of you should know that by now. Which I think, hold on, didn't they? Yeah, they promoted it. Let's go, dude. I forgot that was a thing. $10, can you get 2 legendaries? Max or weapons? I already know what I would do. So the first thing I'd do is I'd draw up like a general plan. But I already know roughly what that plan is going to be. I'll leave it for the first video in the series. My thinking is like, so the first video, what's going to happen is, if I do make this account, which I probably will, but the first video is going to be a new account. Is this your free-to-play account? Yes, it is. Yeah. So the first video is going to be a new account, and I'm just going to be getting through the tutorial, going through the first couple tiers and whatever. They will offer me things. The game will offer me things of relatively decent value, but it won't be anything that I want. Probably until I get to like tier 4 or 5, I'm very unlikely to see anything that's actually worth buying. So the first video, I probably won't actually buy anything. It'll mostly be set up. So it'll be set up for future videos, and kind of explaining what my general plan is. Right. So my overall my goals and my plan for how to get as far as possible, as quickly as possible. And I already know pretty much exactly what that is. I just have to like actually make a video about it. And then from there, I'm essentially just waiting for... Yeah, get out here. Thank you, Ringer. From there, I'm essentially just waiting for the right offers to appear. Rest in peace, spammer in advance, yeah. The spammers, I know, it's like the fourth guy. What are you most excited to get, use, upgrade for this account after the Epic price update? It's a good question. I don't know. I want to get excited to upgrade some things, but I don't think I really can afford to. Because even rare stuff costs quite a lot to rank up a couple times, right? Even just like 1 or 2 rank ups of a rare thing gets pretty costly pretty quickly. And Epic would be even more so. So it's going to be expensive. Getting a rank 4 Epic to rank 6, even if there was a 50% price reduction, would cost about as much as it would cost to buy an Epic Mech. Not right now, but like later. Like if there was a 50% price reduction. So it costs like 1,600 A-coins. And what? It's like 250 plus 450. So it's like 350,000 credits or something like that. It would be a lot. It would be a lot. Should you open the Outlaw event crate? Well, did you read the pinned message, which talks about the post that I made? Did you read my post? Clearly not. You bought a pack of 400 Acorns but didn't receive it. Okay, well, reopen your game. You have a 4-star Graviton 10? No, don't rank it up. So here's the thing, it's like, Graviton 10 is decent. It's pretty good, and I really like it. And so if you buy it for credits and then rank it up, it doesn't cost that much. It's still kind of expensive. It cost me like almost 1.2 million credits and 1,600 A-coins. That's quite a bit. If you have 2 rank ups instead of 1, that just becomes a lot quicker. And at that point, it's not worth it. Just leave it at rank 4. And this is exactly why I tell people, don't buy low-rank freaking weapons. Don't buy low-rank weapons. It's not a good idea ever. Okay, I say ever, but there's a couple situations where it's fine. But in general, just don't do it. You end up with more problems than it solves. You should only buy mechs. Like if you're buying them low rank. Bro, what in the world is that? You saw the post. You saw the post I made. Okay, then you already know what my thoughts on it are, right? And my thoughts aren't going to change just because you decided to show up in my stream, right? Here's the thing, pal. Oh. I'm dead, but maybe I can kill him. No, I got him weak. Bro's got a Jover Volte. It's so done. It's freaking... Get out of here, dude. Wait, did we win? I wasn't paying attention. Hold on. Yeah, nice. Good job, Volty friend. Where's the other guy? What is he? Any clip? Man just gets freaking domed. That is not good, bro. I'm not sure if he can see me. Yeah. Yeah. That wasn't super great. It was a double KO, but we still won. That's crazy. I learned that the hard way, and now all my Vipers are 3 stars. That's so bad, dude. That's so bad, dude. Yeah, you don't want that because it tanks your DPS. Does he have the reload implant? He does. And he dealt 0 damage to this surge, man. What did he have? What did my teammate have? I accidentally gave him a thumbs up. I was not intentional, by the way. You'd love to be an official content creator, but you're only 17. Well, I mean, technically you could lie about your age. Not that I'm recommending you do that. Technically you could. But more than that, like, you know, if it's a thing that you're going to want to do next year, like, start working on it, you know? People think like, oh, this is like, I'll just start making videos and then 2 weeks after I start making videos, the devs are gonna welcome me with open arms. Like, not really. We need to win this one, otherwise we lose. Like, it's not enough to just make videos. Like, you're gonna wanna kind of create a decent reputation for yourself. So you may as well do that now, because they're not gonna accept you. Even if you're 18 right now, they wouldn't accept you right now anyway. If you're not making any videos, not doing anything. Why would they? How do you grind to get Revoker? By not spending your resources. It's not that complicated, actually. There we go. Thank you, player number whatever guy with Volti. Very cool. Now I'm out of coffee now. Very sad. Star-Lord, hello. How are you? Cringe. Oh, I forgot you guys can't. you guys can't see it. Somebody got banned. Is Redeemer worth buying after A coin reduced to get tier 6? Like, why would it be worth buying? I'm not sure what you mean. Like, if currently, if your thought is like, okay, currently it's a bit too expensive, if you don't and you don't want to buy Redeemer, but you only need like a couple stars or whatever to get into tier 6. If you don't need the mech, then don't get it, right? I think people are looking at the price reduction in a completely wrong way. They're looking at it as, I have this amount of resources, and when they reduce the price, I can get all of these other things that I couldn't have otherwise gotten. Like, no, you can progress for cheaper now. You don't have to spend it. That's the whole thing. With it being cheaper, you don't have to spend those resources, but people are just spending them anyway. right? It's not like just because you can afford it, you should get it. There's basically nothing. Like, Redeemer is decent, and it's a good mech for Hangar Showdown, for sure. So if you wanted to get it anyway, then go ahead and get it, right? But there's really nothing. There's really nothing in the entire Gear Hub that is good but too expensive. If it's good, then it's good and it's worth getting, always, right? And if it's not good, then it's not good, and it doesn't matter how cheap it is, don't get it. And then, but in terms of like progression, right? In terms of like getting tier stars, then yeah, getting cheaper stuff is better. But Redeemer isn't going to be the cheapest option you have. You get her some random epic weapon, and that'll be cheaper, guaranteed. But more than that, you could also get like rare weapons, which are even cheaper. And it's just like it's three tier stars right there. It's so easy. I got both Fragment Gun and Javelin Rack for that reason. I could have even gotten Rocket Mortar 12, but I already had enough tier stars for that by that time. So it's like stupid. It's stupid cheap, right? In fact, I think I got that before they reduced the price. Now that I think about it, but yeah, nowadays like just get like the rare stuff, the lowest tier stuff you can, because that's the best like bang for your buck in terms of getting tier stars as cheaply as possible. But in terms of like actual like performative value, I don't think there's anything in the game that becomes better just because it's cheaper. Like nothing. It's either worth getting or it's not worth getting. Is Seeker coming in-game currency anytime soon? I would expect so. I think it should be the next free-to-play mech. But it's in tier 9, my man. No free-to-play player is getting there anytime soon. It's in tier 9. It's just not gonna happen. Anyway, for now, I think I'll invite some people. Bobby. It surprises me that he's only 44. Like, how am I higher SP than he is? It doesn't even make sense. Oh, wait, no, I'm not. I think one of my hangars is. I think if I use a Juggernaut, then I am. Why don't you get to tier 7? Like right now? Why would I? Can you give me a good reason as to why I should do it right now? If I can't afford anything that's in it anyway. I can give you a good reason as to why I shouldn't. But I'd like to hear your thoughts first. You guys study now? Okay. Good luck. Bye-bye. Should you use manual aim for every weapon? Some people don't. People like Platinum. If you're good at changing your aiming modes really quickly, then you know, you can go ahead and do that. Myself personally, I always just, the way that I see it is just like if I miss, then it's skill issue, and it's simpler to just try to get better at the game and get better at aiming rather than swapping aiming modes all the time. Ow! But that's just me, right? You can do it however you want. Say something positive. What do you mean? Who are you talking to? Talking to me? Am I a negative Nancy? I used to think Seeker was OP till I got one and realized how fair it was. People think Seeker is OP because they don't know how to counter it. That's the way it was from the beginning, and now relatively few people, I don't want to say relatively few people, I'd say like maybe 50% of people use it late game. It's still very, very strong, but it's nowhere near like Surge, Deathwalker, whatever broken, right? Nowhere close. And yes, like, if you think it's OP, it's strictly because you don't know how to counter it. Well, if you think it's too OP, I should say. It is overpowered because it is an S tier mech. I guess technically it is. So you mean when you will have around 10,000 A coins, you'll get to tier 7? Not necessarily. It's just that there's no reason to do it right now. Right? It's the same thing with, like, opening my crates. There's no reason to do it right now, so I'm just not going to bother. But, as opposed to the crates, like, there's not really any reason not to. Except for, like, maybe playoff points, but I know I'm not going to get that many playoff points from it regardless. So that's a pretty poor excuse. But with unlocking new tiers, it unlocks blueprints. So as soon as I unlock tier 7, I'll start getting blueprints for all of the stuff that's in tier 7. So if I'm... Uh-oh. Hi. If I'm trying to get blueprints for something that's in tier 6, then I don't want to unlock tier 7. Yeah. So long as you gotta stay on this ramp versus Seekers. It'll force them to teleport underneath. I got them both, nice. The game does not really know what to do with ramps when it comes to Seeker. Always try to be on a ramp if you can, facing backward that way. Yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. Urstark, hello. How are you? We might be cooked. Not like right now, but soon. Yeah, that's gonna kill me. I probably should have gone forward, but I don't think it would have mattered. Helix track goes, it arcs upward a bit, and I usually end up, like, even, I've done that like hundreds of times by now, right? Usually I end up getting hit by a couple of rockets. But it's fine, we're doing good. Nice comeback, boys. You're also a stalker. That is a crazy thing to say. Who are you talking to? Chungus is more OP. Yeah, for sure. How do you do the back damage with Storm Rack? You gotta use the manual aim. Otherwise, it's just well, technically you could do it, but it's very, very difficult. You just want to use the manual aim mode. And then just aim so that you're not aiming for their back. What you're aiming for is, like, the ground or whatever behind them. Because when you use a radius weapon like Storm Rack, when it hits something, it explodes in a radius. So you're not actually dealing back damage with the rockets, you're dealing back damage with the radius. And that is why radius weapons are so strong. Is because they can deal back damage even if you're not looking at their back. 1v1? No. Is it possible with a mobile one? Yeah. With the manual aim. The manual aim is the aim that you really want to use for any type of radius weapon. I prefer manual aim for everything. Because I think it's better for snipers, it's better for radius weapons, and anything else is like... You could use it, it's fine. Some people use other aiming modes for, like, revokers just because it gives them mad aim assist, and the aim assist really makes sure that they don't miss as many shots. But if you're a good enough aim, you don't need to swap between them. But even when your opponent's back is facing you, you still hit the ground. Yeah. You should try to always hit the ground with radius weapons. Especially with radius weapons that have relatively slow travel speed. Because the thing is... Let me see. Is there, like... Let's see if there's, like, an app I can open. So I have, like... Microsoft Paint or something. Yeah. It's fine. So, here's the reason. You are here. You. Right? You are firing directly at... Let's... Where's the manual paint? This? Yeah, let's just add some legs here. Just to make it better. So you're aiming directly at someone else who is also here. Right? I don't draw with a mouse. Don't judge my art skills here. Normally I draw a lot better. So you're firing directly at them. From a distance, specifically from a distance, if you miss, your projectile just goes wherever, right? So if they move out of the way, your projectile goes past them, deals no damage. However, if you aim at the ground and they move out of the way, the radius is large enough to deal damage to them anyway. So as you always aim at the ground with radius weapons. It doesn't matter if it's not just for the back damage, but for the guaranteed damage. Because they can easily move out of the way of slow-traveling rockets, especially from distance, if you're aiming directly at them. If they miss, they go into the distance and they do nothing. If you aim at the ground, then you're dealing damage to them inside of a radius. You're dealing damage in a specific designated area, as opposed to just whoever happens to be directly in that line path. This is something you learn in Halo with the rocket launcher. I never played Halo, but yeah. Yeah, you should always aim at the ground. You should always aim at the ground because, especially at longer ranges, you can actually deal damage that way if you miss. Bro, there's a new thing. YouTube's showing me. I can schedule my live to switch to members only. That is so weird. So it'll kick out anybody who... it doesn't make sense. I don't think I would ever use that, but it's interesting. Ringer. Who are some people that I have not invited? You wish there were good Transformers games? Yeah, fair enough. Or you can aim up. Well, yeah. So I could cover every single small, like, aspect of... and every small nuance of the... like, radius-type weapons, but that's, like, I don't really feel like doing that. That entire tangent was just to explain why I aim at the ground, even if I'm not necessarily doing it to deal back damage. It's kind of hard to aim at the ground. You're probably using the wrong aiming mode. You should be using the manual. You should be using this one, minimal aim assist for manual control. Even mobile players have that now. It wasn't on mobile for a while, but it is now, so there's no excuse. That should be the only aim mode you ever use, really. I mean, if you're really bad at aiming, then you can use aim assist for other weapons, but especially for missile weapons, this should be the only aiming mode you use. I was delayed. Oh, hello. I just realized you're trying to boost me. Mess him up. This gets bald. We might need to help him out a little bit back here. Oh, my bad, bro. We should probably drop. Never mind. Never mind. Bad idea. There's another guy back there. Do I want to go here? It's a little bit sketch because there's a lot of people over here already. And there's this guy coming up. I didn't know what he was. Fellas, yeah. It'd be great if we could grab our home beacon back or something. What the? Who's over there now? Where'd you come from? Oh, you probably came from the home beacon. Hi. Brother. Go away. Oh my gosh, bro. They're all over the place. This is like... when everyone ignores the... everyone ignores the home beacon and they just go for all the kills in the enemy spawn. And then something like this happens. It takes a little bit to bring it back. It's a good thing there's no players. Minimal aim assist on mobile is a lifesaver. You can still lock individual targets to get extra guidance from pot guns. Oh yeah. It's the same thing for PC, yeah. If you're using a guided weapon, you can just lock the target to make sure that so long as they're within view, that you'll home on to them as opposed to whoever might be potentially closer. So I use that a lot. And that goes for any homing weapon, really. Except for Savant. Savant is is a terrible homing weapon, dude. I do not like Savant. It's so, like, I like it, I want to like it. It's so frustrating to use, though. You got Outlaw for 900 acorns? That is crazy. Congrats, though. If you change aiming mid-game, it resets the control buttons on your screen. Yeah, I forget that's a thing on mobile. You should really only be using the manual one anyway. Invite you next, your Shadowmind. Okay. We'll see how that goes. Do you think there might be a Deathwalker event crate soon? I don't know. I have no idea. Okay, here's something I will say. I did kind of assume there was going to be an Outlaw event crate at some point. At some point soon. And the reason that I assumed that is because there was specifically an Outlaw 50% cooldown modifier. And it didn't make sense for them to just kind of randomly throw that in there without having something to do with Outlaw in other events. So if you see a specifically Deathwalker 50% cooldown modifier on like the modifier schedule that they show every couple weeks, then there's a decent chance. Otherwise, there's no way to tell. A badass metal arm with a monster synthesizer or 90,000 A coins per month. Metal arm, I guess. If you're asking me, I don't need A coins. Now, if I could trade that in for real cash, then sure. But I don't need or want infinite A coins. Alright, buddy. Oh, blockade on that. Such a bad idea. There's... Yeah, I'm not gonna bother. You know what? I'm not even gonna say it. Because it's spoilers for upcoming video, but... People choose all the wrong mods, is what I'm trying to say. Bye. Oh, he's a feeder up. Oh, they went off the map. That's crazy. Bye-bye. I once got 16 energy Hellfire, but since my highest mech was the Spider Mech, it was so bad, like very bad. Sure, that makes sense. You probably a Guardian at some point, but yeah, I mean, Hellfire is a really bad weapon, regardless. It doesn't even matter what mech you're using it on. Instead, you got. It was your first try. Okay, well, at least you didn't spend much for it. Hellfire is a really bad weapon, though. Oh, nice, he didn't see me. Hi there. I mean, Seeker, you can try it. What are you gonna do? Teleport up on the roof with me? Oh, I thought that maybe that was a Seeker. No. That's a bot, though. I don't care. Ow! Gonna wait until I have both. I'm dead. Didn't switch fast enough. There's no warning for Gemini? Yeah. Now you're correct. There should be. Oopsie. You know, I was hoping to, like, mostly block his shots with that, but it didn't really work out. That's okay. He's gonna teleport somebody else pretty soon. Oop. Oh, that was a bad shot. Boop, 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 boop. Bye. One quad rocket and I'm freaking done. Okay. Oh, Vortic. He wasted his ability. Bye-bye. Hi. The legendary blockade is ridiculous, dude. Pretty safe bet that you should never buy that. Gemini and Strike Rocket? No, I think there's a... I don't think there's an incoming missile warning, but you'll get a lock warning. So, like, you can tell that somebody's targeting you with a guided weapon. So if you know that somebody out there has Gemini and you're being targeted by a guided weapon, then you should just assume that they're probably going to fire at you pretty soon. In the hands of bots, Hellfire does so much damage. Not in my experience, but okay. You have not enough A-coins to guarantee Outlaw should you spend for Outlaw. No, you should never do that. If you can't guarantee it, don't do it. $750 A-coins first try, let's go. For Outlaw, nice. Yeah, your chances of getting it first try are 3%. Which is not impossible. That means 1 in every, like, 33 people. right? 1 in every 33 people. So if there's 100 people watching this, then that means probably about 3 people in the chat. If everybody spun it one time, probably like 3 people in the chat would have gotten it first try. But that doesn't mean your odds are high, right? Just duplicated minigun 12. Should you use double Stormrack 12 or double minigun 12 on your Deathwalker? I mean, Stormrack is the more meta option. But it depends, right? It depends on if you don't use it on if you like what are you taking it off of, right? Stormrack clearly is the superior weapon. And you're probably using it on something already. You might be using it on Deathwalker, but like what would you put the other weapon on? Or would you put the other weapon on anything? In either case, right? And that's mostly you're confused between Railgun and Stormrack for Orion as you're very bad at aiming. Stormrack isn't really going to help you if you're bad at aiming. Outlaw is bad. It's not bad, but it's very niched, yeah. It's not like actively good. It's not the sort of thing you're going to SP drop with it, which I think is a lot of people's definition between good and bad, right? Is using Revoker skill issue? No. I mean, Revoker is cheap. And it's clearly the most broken weapon in the entire game, so everyone probably should use it. I think it's, like, the weapon itself is lame, but I don't blame anyone for using it, obviously, because it makes sense to use it. I don't think I invited this guy. Yeah, it's... There we go. Bruh. Yeah, mate, it was stuck loading for like a solid minute. Anyway, yeah, this guy's like, do you think they should add typing while in a match? Okay. Have you ever visited Global Chat? I'm gonna bet you didn't. Because if you have, then you'd already know the answer to that. Are you going to complete the Derby event for Seeker Skin live? I mean, on this account, no. On the other account, probably not. It's just a skin, right? I don't think most people would care. What should you use with Outlaw? I think I made a video on that. It's not a brawler mech, so I would use it with, like, guided weapons, mostly. Dang it. If this guy didn't show up and push him into cover, probably would have killed him. There we go. Never mind. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. He's cooked. I don't think I need to worry about that. Those pods will probably kill him. I would like to... Dang it. Okay, that's dangerous. I gotta get cover here. Yeah, I'm dead. I freaking knew it. There was one guy behind me, one guy in front of me. I wanted to help kill that other guy because I didn't want him to take the beacon. It's 5v3 though. Oh. Ha! Okay. Global chat is a place no sane person dares venture into. Yeah, exactly. Go ahead and try to take it, my guy. I dare you. He's done. That's about. You got a couple seconds. You don't have long, but you have a couple seconds. He's going for it. Doesn't matter. Would you say rare fragment gun range is better than epic Tengu stasis duration? Pretty much everything is better than stasis duration implants. Stasis duration implants are terrible and should not be used. The only reason that I would ever use it is if I have just like a random extra implant spot, right? Do you mind how you aim with railgun, as when I see it, I notice you slightly aim off enemy as you move? I just aim, like when I go to shoot, I try to make sure that I'm aiming at people. I don't really care about tracking enemies if I know I'm not going to shoot. So like, if, for example, if someone's in cover and I see them and I can like target them or something, this guy's spamming, timeout, 30 minutes by, should have done 24 hours. So like if someone's behind cover and I'm waiting for them to come out, I'll pick a side, whichever side I think that they're most likely to pop their heads out, and then I'll pre-aim to that spot right there. So as soon as they poke their head out, I'm already aiming at wherever it is that I need to shoot. But otherwise, like, if I'm not going to be shooting at them, then I don't really bother aiming at, like, directly at them. Sometimes I just miss, because, like, I'm not a crack shot or anything like that. Like, I'm not, like, one of those pro sniper Call of Duty whatever people, right? I've never been that great with aiming. So sometimes it's just skill issue, but most of the time, yeah. MD is a 3 of 10. Yeah, it's, I can't really disagree with that. Trying to figure out who I've invited, who I haven't invited. There's a couple guys down the bottom I haven't invited. Why are there 8 missiles in Storm 6 if it has 6 visual missiles on the texture? Stormrack 10 has... Wait, does Stormrack 10 have 8? I don't remember. The 16, I think, has visually 10. But it still only shoots 8. It's because they were lazy and they didn't feel like matching the visual with the actual. They did it with Missile Rack, and I think that was the last time that they actually like cared. Okay, technically, I think Helix Rack was another good one. Another accurate one, I should say. Oh, okay. You have Panther, should you max your Lancer for Storm Rack? I mean, that's up to you. Whether or not you think it's worth maxing, or if you think something else would be better. You know, not everybody who has Panther should max out their Lancer, right? Or not everyone who has Panther should not max out their Lancer. I would need significantly more information to actually be able to give an in-depth, personalized advice for you, right? This is the reason, and don't bother telling me either. This is the reason, like now, I added that one thing to the last video, which by the way, how'd you guys like that? I saw some people saying that they liked it, but I think people who wouldn't like it probably wouldn't say anything about it. They'd probably just click off the video. I'm gonna check I'll check the video retention. I mean, video retention later down. Like, the further it gets, the lower it gets, right? But I'll check to see if there's like a major dip in retention when I started doing that. If there is, I probably won't bother continuing. Because I don't want everybody to freaking leave if they think it's boring. But yeah, so like for that, I'm gonna try doing that. I might try a couple other things. I might even try doing a couple on stream later. So if you want a Hangar review, go ahead and put that in Discord. I do not want your in-game. Well, I'm okay taking your in-game ID, but I don't want it in the chat. I don't want anything in the live chat in terms of Hangar reviews. There's a place on Discord for it. You could just check the latest Discord announcement in my server. And that should have like a link to the thing. Ow. I almost one-shot him, but not quite. But yeah, I have to kind of experiment with different formats for that to see which one performs the best. Could be a thing that I just do during streams. I don't really care about retention during streams, to be honest. You're lurking at work? No worries. 2500 SP should you max your Lancer? No. Did you watch my... Like, almost everything that I say, almost every bit of advice that I give, is something that I've mentioned in a video, or a stream, or probably both, at some point in the past, right? So in my Juggernaut video, where I didn't max it, but I got my Juggernaut to rank 6. I gave the reason for why I got it to rank 6, why I didn't get it to max, and the reason for, and basically a way to like kind of explain how much should you upgrade things. If you decide you want to upgrade it, how much should you upgrade it? And at 2500 SP, you probably shouldn't max out your Lancer, and the reason is the same reason that I gave during that video. Viper 8 or Railgun 8. You know, the thing with a question like that is that you're not mentioning Podgun 8 or Overdriver 8, which are both better weapons. And I could assume that you have both of them, but I don't know if you have both of them. Your audio's cutting out a lot? Yeah, it's giving me bitrate warnings. That's annoying. I might have to use Streamlabs for streaming. I don't really know what the problem is with OBS right now, but it could just be a Wi-Fi thing as well on my end. Why does Lancer still take damage from Cheetah Mine while it's in midair? Because a Cheetah Mine has a radius. It has a damage radius. And anything inside that radius gets damaged. It's the same thing with any radius weapons, like Stormrack rockets, pod guns. When they go off, they have a damage radius. 9 meters. Brother, since when was pod gun radius 9 meters? I could swear this was like 5. What? 9 meters is such a random number. I'm gonna... This double damage chance stacking looks normal. The hit cone looks normal. Everything looks as it was. But this damage radius thing is surprising to me. Detonation time looks normal. Like every time something new comes out, I always check the stats, and then I check the stats periodically just to kind of familiarize myself with things when I use it. And granted, pod gun radius is not something that I've really gone to a whole lot of. Maybe, wait, let me check higher energy variants. It could be an energy thing. If it is, that'd be interesting. No, 9 meters. No, 9 meters. Okay. I'm gonna have to go check my first video on Podgun to see if it's different from what it was. 9 meters is big, but also I would have, like, if it was gonna be a big radius, I'd assume it would have been 10. 9 is such a weird number, and I would think that I'd remember that specifically. Like, 9 is a very specific number that I probably would have remembered. So I'm just, like, slightly confused. After the stream, probably, I'll go back. Unless you guys are also curious. Maybe, I'll go back, find that video, and we'll see what the original radius is, because it could have gotten, like, a shadow nerf or a shadow buff. Your audio's cutting up still. Is anyone else having that issue? Timeout, 24 hours, bye-bye. Okay, the audio is fine. Yeah, okay. To the guy who's saying the audio is cutting out, unfortunately, it's your end, sorry. I know my stream was having some problems. My stream was having some problems, for sure. So I assumed it was me at first, but yeah, no, it seems like everybody's... I feel like a lot of people would have mentioned it if it was everybody. Maybe it's to encourage people to stick the pods to walls. I don't really care what the reason is. It's just strange that it's what it is, because I don't remember it being that, right? Like, you could make a justification for whatever, right? I don't really care. 9 meters is... I don't have a problem with it, but I'm very, very curious, because I don't recall it being that. Panther was 275 Acorns in the XP bar. Olden Folden days. Yeah, okay. What about it? Rocket mortars have score boost? Yeah, you didn't know that? You had 1 million credits when Overdriver became free-to-play. I got the 8s on your Panther. Or you got the 8s on your Panther. I could have unlocked and ranked up to 10s, but I didn't want to progress to tier 7 yet. Okay. Cool. Origin story, I guess. Was there a question in there? But it sounded like it was going to be a question, but it ended up just being a statement. What I might do is I might play one more, try to get this, or probably two more, and try to get my... Timo has not been able to play, and I know he wants to. I'll get my points cleared. I'll probably take a couple minutes break. And then if you guys want, I can go back and check the podgun video to verify, see if that's actually a thing. Is repeater? No. You should pretend that repeater doesn't exist. Which one is more fun, surgery clips? I'm not going to answer that because, yeah. I think it depends on what your definition of fun is. Not everybody likes the same stuff. Stupid kill shot. Get out of here. Freaking suppress your panther. It's interesting. Don't do that. Back over here. Haha, single sub. Is that single savant 16? No, it's not. It's a 10 and a 6. You bought the 10? I assume with real money, there's no chance that you spend that many acorns on a savant 10. You checked Scape's video? What did it say? I'm sorry. It did. Would you? 9 meters is the default radius. Okay, thanks. I guess I just didn't really check it. I mean, like I said, the podgun radius is not really like a stat that I referenced much. And I'm sure in the original video I went over it. But that sounds so weird. It must have just not registered for me. Like I saw it and I'm stuck. Help me stop Orion. Help me. I'm stuck. Please. Do you mind? Okay. Oh, he helped me and then he flew off into the sunset. Thank you very much. Bro, I've been on that ledge before. I've never gotten stuck there. That's ridiculous. 270 times. Let's freaking go. It was not that hard either. Orion is easily your best mech when you first get it, bro. Until you reach tier 7, Orion's going to be your best mech. That's just a fact. Repeater Seeker has been really fun. Yeah, but it's not good, right? Well, okay, like, it can be okay, but it's not going to be as good as, like, Revoker. If you care about how you're spending your resources, you should not even entertain the possibility of getting Repeater, realistically speaking. But then again, see, like, this is the problem that I have. This is the problem that I have, is that I created this account specifically to test stuff. To test my knowledge of what works and what doesn't work. There's several cases, right? Like, I created this account to basically to kind of get a better idea of what kind of advice I'm giving. And I can't give advice on things that I don't try, but then anytime I do something that's even remotely non-meta, everybody jumps on me. They're like, no, you should only go for meta progression. It's like, what do you mean? I would have never known that Lancer was so freaking strong if I didn't mess around and max it out, just because why not? I would have never learned that Viper was as good as it was if I didn't get it. I mean, nowadays, you may as well just get Overdriver, but Viper is basically almost just as good. You would get both and be pretty well off. I would have never known that rank 4 Ares was as good as it was. Very, very solid. Should you rank it up? Maybe not, but there are circumstances in which maybe it would be a good idea, right? And so, like, there's all these things that it's like normally I wouldn't have recommended people do it, but I experiment with things on this account so that I have a better idea of what works and what doesn't work. And so when I'm getting, but then while I'm experimenting, people are so freaking angry at me. They're like, "No, why would you do that?" They got angry. People were having at me for wanting another rare pilot. They're like, "No, you should just get save up for legendary." Like, yeah, okay. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that's like you think you know things. You think you know things, but you don't until you try it. And especially because early and mid game is so much different from late game in terms of like what works and what doesn't and how it plays out. It's because of the mods difference, right? And even to some degree the pilot's difference. It's worth experimenting with things. It is. And so that's like, yeah, I'm gonna experiment with stuff. Eventually, I want to get Particle Beam. I want to get Repeater. I want to get Disc Launcher. I know people are going to be mad at me every time, but whatever. Will I get to tier 7 on this account? Yeah, sure. Will I get... I'll probably buy Brick House. I'll probably buy Eclipse. Not for a while, but... Should you put Disruptor on Lancer and remove Stormwreck? I mean... Stormwreck's way better than Disruptor. I'm not sure what the question is. Cheetah is meta 100%. Oh, I believe you. I believe you. But one other thing that's actually worth mentioning, though, is like there are pretty few Acoin investments that I even have left. Am I accepting invites? No, sorry. So once the epic stuff becomes cheaper, I'll get Cheetah, and that'll be fun. But other than that, it's just a matter of like ranking up certain things mostly, which I can do whenever. The bulk of my efforts will be going towards credits to be able to buy all these random credit-based items that people are going to want to get. So like Overdriver 8 is probably the first thing I want because I know that it's going to be really, really strong, even though I already have Viper. It's going to be a more relevant video to make. The Particle Beam 6 and 10 would be another interesting one. Repeater 6 and 10 would be an interesting one. Chain Gun 6 and 10 would be an interesting one. Disc Launcher 8 would be an interesting one. Because a lot of people get those things. And I want to say if it's like, okay, is it worth getting it, or is it something that you should just like, no, under no circumstances should you get it, you should just pass it up, right? And I want to know, because I mean, people get these things regardless. So I want to know like what they're good on at very least. You want Strike Rocket and in-game currency badly? I think the next 2 weapons are Dreadshot and Howler. So that's not going to happen for a little while, but that gives me some time to save up credits and buy probably Overdriver next. Buy Missile Racks. It's another thing. Yeah, that's fair. Will I do that? I'm not sure. But that is a thing that people will do. So it's a thing I should probably test out as well. But yeah, essentially what I'm saying is like most of my efforts are going to go toward credits. And so while I'm saving up all those credits and buying all those things, I can also be saving up my Acoins and buy like Eclipse or something, I suppose. But yeah. Does aim assist help with to a great extent with Railgun 8? Yeah, it can. It can. Now, if you use the manual aim, you can like shoot people in the shoulder or in the leg if they're like only partially sticking out from cover. With aim assist, it aims directly at the center of the mech, so you can't really do anything about that. So I prefer manual aim. If you're relatively decent at aiming, then you should probably use manual aim, because then you can kill somebody just by shooting them in the ankles, right? Which is not something you could do with aim assist. But if you're having really, really big problems or trouble with aim assist, then well, not with aim assist. If you're having really big trouble aiming and you can't aim, first off, I'd say just practice, because you're not going to get better by giving up, right? But second off, if you really want to, then go ahead and use the aim assist mode. One of the two aim assist modes. Killshot comments must be banned. I agree with that, yeah. Why have they changed the position of tournament and CPC? I couldn't tell you. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take like 5 minutes, and then I'll come back. Red and Ringer, please make sure that nobody freaking spams while I'm gone, because we've been a lot of spammers today. But yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Red, what are you saying? What is going on? RuFFles said in one of his streams to upload more, yeah. He does need to. The fact that people are now asking Red questions. Do you plan to duplicate any other weapon like Stormwreck 10 or Revoker 10? I mean, probably not. Not until I get... I might duplicate Revoker 10 after I get Eclipse, but that's about it. Because otherwise, like, what am I going to do with double Revoker 10? I couldn't use it on anything except for Panther unless I ranked up my Zephyr twice. So that's pretty pointless. And if I used 2 Revoker 6 and 10 builds, what would I put the other one on? Like all these other builds would be legitimately, they would be worse if I had Revokers on them. Revoker Orion doesn't make sense. Revoker Lancer doesn't make sense. Panther, you just like none. It doesn't make sense. So like it's the only good Revoker mech is Zephyr that I have at the moment. And kind of the same thing goes with Stormrack because I don't have any reload implant. What other mech would I use Stormrack on? Like Aegis? Again, it's like I may as well use a weapon that's got higher sustained damage output. Revoker Cheetah OP. Okay, like Stormrack Cheetah maybe, but then again, like, is Cheetah going to replace, like, out of all of these mechs, what would I replace with a Cheetah? Right? I don't really know. Probably the Lancer. Realistically, I'd probably just put Stormracks on Cheetah and have that be like a stand-in on one of my presets, which I could use on any map that isn't really breakable by Lancer. You main Revoker Orion and it's OP. I don't believe you. And I don't think anybody else does either. Oh, for driver second copy? I could, but I'd have to get the 10 and then duplicate. That's whatever. I don't need it for anything. Like, yeah, I could use double 10s on Panther and it would do pretty good, but I don't think it would really do that much better than Graviton, so I may as well just use Graviton, right? You've been seeing a lot of Podgun Cheetah bots. It's a sign. Orion minigun. If my minigun 8s weren't rank 4, then sure. Or no, I don't think they're rank 4. I think they're rank 3. Right? They're really low rank. Should you max Redeemer after the new price drop? Why would you? And I know what the answer to that is. The answer to that is you would do it because it's cheaper and you can afford to. Look, again, for like the 800th time, just because you can afford to do something doesn't mean it's a good idea. Just because you happen to have 200 A-coins on you does not mean that you need to spend them right now. Like, hold on to your A-coins for 15 minutes, my guys. This Lancer dude is... bruh. Massive skill issue. I kind of want to mark him. I could easily kill him if I mark him. No, he dropped. He's going back up. Yeah! Oh, no, dude. As soon as I freaking saw that. You're getting outlaw and you're all... Okay, go ahead. If I had the means to, I'd probably do it too. I'm tempted to open up all my... to use all my fortune keys to see how many A-coins I get from it. And potentially... Okay, bye. And potentially do that as well. But I don't think I'd get it. I think it's a pretty low chance that I get it. It's probably not worth it. Hi there. Mr. Guy with the name. Okay. Kiss up ABC. Right. I made a post on the Outlaw event. So you can check that. I mean, it's in the pinned comment. So you would know that if you could read. The single blast RPG is crazy, dude. I know where you got that from, but I don't know why you have it. This guy, he's causing problems. No, he's fine. Up on. And you have about 500,000 credits, and you're really confused what to buy. Well, wait, did you say something earlier? Oh, how much will the price drop be? The price drop, I'm guessing it's going to be around 50%. It's going to be a pretty decent price drop, 40 to 50% probably. Somebody DM'd me in game. Oh, maybe it was this. Good morning. Hello, Oxy. You cannot read or toop. Okay. Give me a pillow. You're always on your other account. Did you buy Surgery Eclipse just after going to Tier 7? I mean, the second link in the stream description should be a video on choosing between Surgery Eclipse. This is taking forever to launch, dude. You're thinking more like 40%? Yeah, it could be. It certainly won't be more than 50%. So it'll cost at least whatever 50% is, which is like 1,900-ish, 1,700, I don't know. You got it first try? Let's go. I don't see it. Put it in. Red's a hacker. We can all agree to that, right? He's got Particle Beam 8s at rank 4. Gemini 8s. And Outlaw. He's a hacker and pay to win. Both of those things are true. 100%. What do you mean? Do I know if any mods are on? What do you mean? You have like 5,500, but you want to save for Eclipse first, then get Outlaw? It's not. You're not going to. It's not a matter of I get Eclipse and then I go for Outlaw Crate Rush event, because this thing's, it's not staying around. 2 days and it's gone. You're not going to get a deal like this again, right? Not for Outlaw anyway. Most likely, not for an extremely long time, if ever. So, you know, if you decided if you're gonna say like, okay, I was saving for Eclipse, but I'll get Outlaw because it's cheap right now, I could understand that, because Eclipse is gonna be there tomorrow, 2 days from now, 3 weeks from now. It's always gonna be there. Like it's just there, available at all times. This won't be available at all times, but at the same time, Eclipse is way better than Outlaw. So, yeah, if you decide you don't want it, that's completely understandable. Report them via Discord. and then the mods will take care of it. Please, please, please do not use me as a third party to get contact with the mods. I get like 20 DMs and pings from people in Discord every single day. I do not have the time to deal with all of it. You have 2,000 acorns, should you know? Guys, how is this even a question? Come on, you know better than this. You know better than this. You have a low chance of getting it, but even if you didn't, you know what my opinion is. My opinion is that unless you can afford everything here, you shouldn't even try it. You could spin it like maybe twice and it wouldn't cost you that much. If you want to go for it, go for it. But don't spend, like in my case, right? I can spin, what, 6 times? More than likely I wouldn't get it, and every single one of my acorns would be gone. You're dumb, you gamble, you got minigun 4th draw. I'm not sure which minigun one you're talking about, but there were 2 minigun events a while ago. Both of them were worth going for, because they were both very, they were both very discounted. The minigun 10, I think I went for that. I got the minigun 10. I also got the minigun 8, but that was like a derby thing where you got all the tokens for free. But for this one, it's like, if you don't have enough to guarantee that you get it, then don't do it. Because otherwise, there's a very high chance, very high chance, that you spend every single one of your acorns and you get nothing good. And you don't want that, right? You can't have that. That should never be a possibility. You should never let that be a possibility. So if you can guarantee it and you want it, go for it. Absolutely. But if you can't guarantee it, then don't gamble. No. I never recommend gambling. Outlaw 2 niche. Sort of that too, but even just, I mean, like at my SP, bro, rank 4 outlaw would be ridiculously strong, I think. It's got good HP and everything as well. It's a solid mech and it's very, very cheap. Most people only get it after 12 to 13 tries, yeah. Based on the math that I used, which may or may not be accurate, but I'm not sure how they did it. Some did get it in 10, but very low. Well, some people get it in 1, right? Statistically, some people will. I mean, like I was saying before, there's a 3% chance to get it. That means if there's 100 people in the chat right now, if everybody spun it 1 time, about 3 people in the chat would get it first try. So some people will get it first try. Statistically speaking, some people will get it first try. Red just did. Red spun it, and where's Red? He's offline now. He said he got it first try. I want to check his hair now. Hold on. Equip. Yeah. Look at that. Very fancy. That's cool. He got it first try. I think there's one or 2 other people who got it first try. But, like, statistically speaking, most people aren't going to get it first try. And you shouldn't gamble. Should you spin for the blueprints? If you need the blueprints and you want the blueprints, then probably. I mean, it's just a matter of like raw, just dumb math, right? How much does it cost versus how many blueprints does it give you? Keeping in mind the fact that each legendary blueprint is roughly worth 240 acorns, right? So this is slightly more than 240, but each of these blueprint drops is 2. So it would technically be cost effective. Now, it wouldn't be worth it for me because I don't have an outlaw on this account. But if I did have one, then it technically would be cost effective for me to do that. If my goal was to max it out as quickly as possible. Otherwise, I could just wait and get those blueprints naturally, right? After you get Outlaw, you unlock another Crate Rush event with more cost-effective blueprint rates? Yes. Yeah. On my other account that already has Outlaw, I already know like what kind of Crate Rush you're talking about. But again, it's like, should you spin that? It depends on whether or not you really want those blueprints right now, right? Because you could not spend any acorns and still get the blueprints. You just get them much slower. It'd take a long time, but it wouldn't cost you acorns, right? That's the thing. Should you max Redeemer after new price drop? No. Like, guys, it's like it's like the 50th time that I have to say this. There are things that I recommend you do, and there are things that I recommend you don't do. There are things that I recommend that you buy, and there are things I recommend you don't buy. And there are things that I recommend that you upgrade, and there are things that I recommend you don't upgrade. None of the things, if I say that something is bad, or if I say that something's not worth it, or if I say that you shouldn't upgrade something, or whatever, it has nothing to do with the cost. It has nothing to do with it. Just because it's cheaper doesn't make it a better investment, right? Redeemer is not something that you need maxed out. Realistically, you should only be worrying about maxing out your legendary mechs. The only time you should be, if I maxed out my Orion right now, which would be really, really strong. If I maxed out my Orion, first off, I don't have weapons to fit 24 energy on it, right? So even though the Orion itself would be stronger, my build in general really wouldn't. I could put mods on it as well, and that would be cool. But that's like 3 ranks essentially higher than what it is. So rank 5, rank 6, and then rank 7, which is what the game considers max to be essentially an extra rank. That would massively mess up my matchmaking by having a maxed epic mech in here. So unless I maxed out all of my epic mechs, my matchmaking would be super messed up, and I'd only have 1 mech that's even capable of dealing with it. They had to know if your opinion changed in the last 10 minutes. That's fair. Maybe it did. You never know. You never know. 296. I got like 3 Graviton 10 blueprints in the last week, by the way, which is very, very unfortunate. It's the exact number of blueprints I had to buy with acorns. You have Outlaw, so you got the more cost-effective Crate Rush. Spun 5 times, got the 35 blueprint rewards and 2 credits. I know how to stop when I'm ahead. There you go. There you go. Great, great investment, honestly. It's fantastic. I'm not sure how much you spent for it. Was it still 300 per? If it was, that's damn good, dude. That's damn good. And yes, absolutely. You know, if you want to spend it a couple times, if you can pretty much guarantee that you get something good, then yeah, you could just spin it a couple times, quit while you're ahead. But otherwise, you really shouldn't. You really shouldn't. Show us the Lancer. Oh, yeah. Very fancy. Very fancy indeed. I'll just be back here, silently judging all of you for all of your terrible purchase decisions. You have to go and sleep? Okay, bye-bye. Cost you 3,000, which is great. It'll cost 93.75 acorns when it's available in store. Oh, well, yeah, but that's at rank 5. So it costs you 3,000 to buy it at rank 4. It'll cost you another, what is it? 28.25 to rank it up alone. Just for the rank ups, that's almost 6,000 acorns, including the rank up cost, but then you also need the blueprints. That's potentially more. And then you also need the credits to upgrade it. That's even more. So again, like, just because it's cheaper doesn't necessarily mean that long-term it's a good idea. In this case, I think, yes, it was, but I'm just saying, yeah, it's not always going to be better. It's not always going to be better, because you still have to consider the rank up cost. You're not getting Revoker 10 blueprints, what should you do? I mean, do you need them? Like me right now, I wouldn't use double Revoker 10s on anything, so I don't need it. And then upgrading it is pointless. Like, I could upgrade it. Why would I upgrade it? Because I can afford it? Like, that's the exact mentality that ensures that you're always broke. Like, that's the reason that you're broke. Is because you just upgrade the first thing you can afford to upgrade. It's a very bad mindset. You should not do that. You need them? What do you need them for? If you really need it, I guess it's not really my business what you need them for. If you say that you need it, then your option is to either grind a bunch of crates and try to get them, or just buy the blueprints with acorns. Those are your two options. There's nothing else you can really do about it. You have at least 19 blueprints for all legendary weapons in tier 6, but my Revoker 10 only has 7. It's dumb luck thing. Like I just said, you either grind a bunch of crates and hope you get lucky, or you just buy the blueprints with acorns. I mean, like, what else are you gonna do about it, right? Freaking open a support ticket. I know some people would. Open a support ticket and be like, I feel like I should have more blueprints of this thing. Why don't I have more blueprints? They're not gonna give you blueprints or anything ridiculous like that. And even if they were scamming you, you couldn't prove it. So they wouldn't give you anything. I just hope they do more event crates like this for legendary mechs. No, they will at some point. This isn't the first time they've done a good event. But realistically, it'll just take a long time. I don't... Yo, that freaking dread shot almost one-shot me? Is that what happened? Stop that, thanks. Watch the disc release Outlaw for credits. You know, they might. I kind of doubt. The next free-to-play mech should be Seeker. There's still lots of mechs before Outlaw should be free-to-play. But then again, we got Wet Hellfire way before we're supposed to, so it's possible. Would they release Outlaw for credits? Yeah, maybe. But I think, like, it's again another thing of, like, does it matter? Like, what free-to-play player is getting into tier 9? Realistically, I think if you can get it for 5,000 acorns rank 4, I think it's still worth it. Stupid kisser. Hello. Thoughtless is right, Revoker search. Provoker Bastion too, as well. You don't have the range for that. Ah, he has a Puma. That's crazy. At the end, it's just a better Guardian. Sort of. Sort of. I mean, if I got it right now, you don't really use it the same as Guardian, but if I got it, it'd be really strong. If for no other reason than the fact that it's just good HP, good ranged ability. Good energy capacity. Just generally strong overall. Nothing like absolutely crazy, but... Should you ditch Panther or Killshot once you get Aegis? If you already have Panther, you may as well just not bother buying Aegis. What do you duplicate between Nade Launcher 10 and Cryo Launcher 10? More than likely, the answer is neither one. I'm not sure why you'd want to duplicate either. They also need to make full T for credits? Why? Is Orion Shield Pierce implant worth getting if you're going to replace it? No, probably not. Like, if you're not going to use the mech long term. Like, for me, Shield Pierce implant would do really well. But I don't need it, right? I don't have any issue killing things with Orion, so there's no point in getting it. If you don't need it, then why bother getting it? Like, if it's not gonna... Because a lot of... Again, it goes back to, like, basically the basis for pretty much all of my advice. Which is simply cost versus benefit. If it costs you some amount and the benefit is essentially zero, then it's an easy no. Don't bother doing it. You shouldn't, like, don't just get it for the sake of getting it. Unless you really want to try it and you think it'd be fun. Then go ahead. But, like, if your goal is to get, you know, if you're asking for my advice, then obviously I'm assuming that you want the best possible. You're back, okay, Ren. So it's an easy no. If it costs you some amount and it doesn't really benefit you, then pretty clearly no, you shouldn't do it. And then if it's a choice between two things, and one costs you more but gets you less value, then obviously, you shouldn't go for that option. You should go for the other option. You should go for the one that gives you better value. Most of the time. Now, sometimes there's some nuance to it, right? Because, like, sometimes certain things cost more, but they also give more value. So it's like, which one should you do? But most of the time when people ask, most of the time there's a very clear option that both costs less and gives better value. That's what I have found. Whichever one that is, which is not, like, difficult to find out yourself. Again, like, I've said it before and I'll say it again, like, most of my advice does not come from some big brain 2000 IQ thing that I'm doing. And it doesn't come from any place of special or insider information or any kind of crazy knowledge, right? You really don't need to know a whole lot about a whole lot of things to be able to come to the same conclusions that I come to most of the time. Ow. Someone gifted you that membership? Yeah, it was probably last stream. There's quite a few of them. I don't know if it'll tell you who gifted it to you. I wish it did. I don't know if it does. Maybe it does. Wouldn't Aegis perform better than 3-star kill shot? Well, you said instead of Panther. And again, it's like, it's a matter of cost versus benefit. So, like, if you were in this situation that I'm in now, where, well, I'll just give you an example right here, a very easy example. I will get Overdriver 8 at some point. However, the only reason I'm going to do it is because it's a good weapon to get, and I want to be able to make a video about it. With that in mind, I already have Viper. I already have the Viper aids on my Aegis, which work basically just as good at this SP. That means that I could spend 800,000 credits to get something that is better. It is better, verifiably, but it's barely better. It's really not a lot better. It's the same thing with Overdriver 10. I could get Overdriver 10s and duplicate them to replace my Graviton beams. It's marginally better for what it is, but I spend a lot of resources to get that, right? So I'm spending a lot, and the thing that I'm getting is, the value that I'm getting is extremely, extremely little. So, like, should I go for it? Probably not. If someone was in my position, I would say don't bother getting Overdriver. Either of them. If you had both of these setups, essentially, I probably wouldn't bother going for it. At least not yet. Maybe you can get it later. Because, like, Overdriver on Eclipse is pretty good. Like, if you really didn't want to use 2 Revoker builds and you ended up getting both Surge and Eclipse, then you could use Overdriver on Eclipse and CBC, and that's a good build. But that's, like, one of the few kind of exceptions, right? Because it's like, you may as well just keep using what you have. Otherwise, it's a massive resource sink, and the value that you get for it is essentially nothing. So it's the same thing with Aegis. You could spend a bunch of A-coins getting a mech that's, like, slightly better than Panther. Is it worth it? Probably not. Once the epic price reduction comes around, I'd say you'd be better off just ranking up your Panther one time. I was very surprised to see the results of your poll about people's SP. I don't remember what that looked like. Let me check. Let me pull it up for you guys. Let's see. Yeah, no, this was to be expected. What did you expect it to be? Like everybody around here, or here, or what do you think? I'm curious. What was everybody's prediction? What was everybody's prediction for this? This is pretty much exactly what I expected. The bulk majority of people are in tiers 5 and 6, and so their SP is going to range between 4,000 and 6,000. Because there is essentially, they created a wall, a progression wall, to essentially funnel everyone into tier 6, and then once you get to tier 6, or once you unlock tier 7, I should say, everything from there on out is so ungodly expensive. You expected mostly 1,000 to 3,000? Yeah, fair. I don't think it's difficult to get to 4,000 or 5,000. Thought you wanted to get Disc Launcher? I will get Disc Launcher eventually. It's less of a priority. I think pretty much everyone kind of knows that Podgun's better. Disc Launcher was a very relevant weapon before Podgun was free to play. Nowadays, it's not quite so relevant. If I could get a weapon right now, I would get Overdriver just because it's the most relevant weapon. Like when I'm thinking about what I'm getting, part of what I'm thinking about is not necessarily, and this is why you shouldn't necessarily just copy everything that my free-to-play account is doing. This is an experiment account. It always has been. That's what I said from the very start. So part of the things that I have to think about is whether or not it would make a good video, right? So I can't just like get something random just for the sake of getting it. Even if I want to get it, I have to think about what's relevant in terms of like YouTube stuff. I didn't expect only 20% of people to be over 7K. Oh, no, yeah. That's actually more than I expected. I probably would have expected more like 10 to 15%. I'm telling you, end game is like 1% of people. Like legitimate end game players, extremely few. And this is why I kind of like, I think I owe it to the community to make sure that that I have experience in an account that is more around the range that the bulk majority of players are, right? Because when you're an end game player, it was the same thing for me. It was the same thing for me. Like I thought I knew a lot of things, but I did not know nearly as much as I thought I did. At the end of the day, the early game for people nowadays is way different than it was for me or for anyone else, 3 years ago, right? Back when I was at that SP, or when I was at that stage of the game, that was a long freaking time ago. The game was very different. So like I could make educated guesses about certain things, but realistically, I just don't quite know what I'm talking about unless I have some type of experience in it. And so, yeah, I think I kind of owe it to the community to an extent of like to have the best kind of information possible. It's the same reason that I participate in late game tournaments. I'm not good at it. I'm not a great player. My clan has not been competitive for quite a while. But I participate in those because I owe it to, I think to some degree I at least owe it to the community for me to make sure that I'm kept up to date with what the current meta is. I need to know what the current meta is so that I know what people are working toward. If I don't have late game competitive experience, then I don't know what people should be working toward. But if you're a late game competitive player, then you know what people should be working toward, but you don't know how they should get there unless you have early mid game experience, right? So that's why I have both of these accounts, and I think it's a good thing for me to have both of these accounts. Because otherwise you only have half the picture. But no, this is essentially the percentage that I expected. Probably probably less. I would have expected more people to be in the 1,000 to 3,000 range, but this is pretty much what I thought. What really surprised me, I will say, what really surprised me was the number of people who said that they had at least one legendary mech. That's a lot more than I thought it was. So that was a poll that surprised me. Anyway, what was I doing? Was I going to do something specific? I feel like I was, but now I don't remember what it was. I wonder if Red's going to come back. Like with Lacewing, most people thought it would be bad, but then it was realized as meta later on. Mostly just because it can break the maps really easily. I think people didn't realize how much of a map breaker it was going to be. But when it was released, one thing I will say is that a thing that a lot of people forget about is that when it was released was before mods existed. Mods made Lacewing way stronger. So I will say, even though yes, I was definitely wrong about my initial thought of Lacewing was that it wasn't good, and that it was going to be really bad, which was incorrect because it could break maps. But worth mentioning. Most of the reason it's a easily top 5 mech right now is because mods exist. Hi. Back up here. Ow? Okay. Alright, pal. I see you. Oh. I should have not used Painter. Oh, never mind, it's fine. Bruh, you got dredge up. What you gonna do? Yeah, go get him. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I need to... Oh! Yeah, that's not great. Just kill him. Just that guy right there. EM Lacewing used to be so much fun. Well, it used to just be that you put any EMs on anything and it'd be basically a top mech. I do kind of miss the fact that you could use, there was a lot more usable mechs, because back when everything was one-shot, realistically you could use whatever mech you wanted. So like even Guardian was pretty good. And that was nice. But I was never really a fan of the sniper meta. Most of you guys know that. I mean, it got to the point where people were purposely lag spiking their game just so that they could get an unfair advantage. So that they could poke their heads out and people wouldn't know where they were. They could poke their head out and kill you before you even saw them on your screen. So that was pretty lame. Oh, that was also a problem. Mods also made low HP mechs tankier, hence making Lacewing more viable. Well, the main reason that Lacewing is so strong is with mods. Oh, I didn't get close enough to the dome, I guess. Is because of the meta. The meta became entirely Stormwrack and Revoker, neither of which can really hit a Lacewing. Like, neither of those are good for hitting things that are up on rooftops or whatever. So it requires a third weapon to be introduced to be counterable, pretty much. So what's kind of strange about it is that the more competitive you go, like the more competitive environment you're in, the stronger Lacewing becomes, because that's just more people using Revoker and Stormwrack, and less people using any of those other things. There's significantly less like guided weapons in a competitive match than there is in just like a random match. In a random match, people are much more likely to use like Gemini's or Strike Rocket or whatever. Whereas competitively, everyone's inclined to you go pretty much exclusively Stormwrack and Revoker, because those are the two best weapons against everything else. But that by extension makes Lacewing even stronger because there's less things out there to counter it. Does Outlaw ability cancel Hemlock? Like, if you crash a Hemlock, will it take the days off of the guy that they stunned? No. You didn't get Outlaw, spent 3,600 Acoins, and now broke and won't be getting it. Well, it's almost like every single time this happens, I always say don't even attempt it unless you have the means to guarantee it. And it's almost like there's a reason that I say that. But people do it anyway. They spend every penny that they have hoping to get lucky. It's a gamble. You just don't gamble. Only do it if you have the means to guarantee it. Because otherwise there's a very real chance that you spend everything and get nothing. And I say this every time, so it's like, I don't know. I don't know what to say at this point. Let me grab my glass. Hold on. Play one more. If you lose, just buy more Acorns. Yeah, well, it's a possibility for some people. Not everybody. You've seen Lacewing with Strike Rocket? Yeah. Some people use it. I don't think it's good. But some people do. Don't gamble. It's easy not to. Yeah, you say that, but then... Man, I can't even own... Wow. What the heck is that? I know I have damage fall off over 100 meters, but... Or maybe it's over 120, but... That thing was tanking my shots. Anyway. Yeah. You'd think it's easy to just not spend Acorns, but... People really want to spend stuff. I can pretty much guarantee... Most players, the minute they get 600 Acorns, the minute they save up 600 Acorns, first thing they do is they start asking people which implant they should buy. Or they just buy some random epic implant. It's like, oh, I can afford this now. Don't look too... Okay, I'm surprised that missed me. Don't look too hard at it. The longer you stare at the longer you stare at your Acorns, and the longer you stare at your options, the more like you'll eventually convince yourself. Because I know you want to, and I know why you want to. I want to. Like, I want to gamble the outlaw crate. I do. I really do. But I'm not going to because I know it's a bad idea, right? But the more I just stand here, like the more I sit here and just like stare at my Acorns and stare at the outlaw crate, like if I just sat there and stared at it, I'll eventually convince myself that it's a good idea. So like you just don't do that, right? Just don't allow yourself to convince yourself that it's a good idea. You gotta understand that some things aren't worth doing. Even if you want to do it. Even if you want to do it. Like I said, like I want to do it. But I'm not gonna like I'm not gonna let myself. I'm not gonna convince myself that it's a good idea. Which I could do. Put a vote. No, everybody would vote that I spin it because everyone is extremely generous with other people's Acorns, first off. Because it's not them that's spending. They don't care if I waste all my Acorns. And second off, if you had this many, like at least 50% of people, if they had this many Acorns in their account right now, they'd spin it. They'd be like, oh my gosh, I could spin it. What? 6 times? Yeah. I could spin it 6 times. Maybe I'll get lucky. And then they spin it 6 times, and the next thing they know, there's 0 Acorns and still no outlaw. Let them vote and do the opposite. That's crazy. Should you buy Outlaw? You're not in tier 6 yet, but I'm planning on spending my Acorns on Orion and Panther and some weapon rank ups. Outlaw seems pretty good. What do you think we should do? Outlaw is only really good against Deathwalker. Otherwise, decent base stats. So if you think you'd like the playstyle, it's mostly a support playstyle. You should watch some like endgame competitive gameplay. There's usually like, see if you can find somebody who uses an Outlaw. There's usually one or two people. So you can kind of see if you think you'll like that playstyle. But apart from that, definitely don't buy anything that's epic right now, because in, what, 4 days, is it? Isn't it like 4 days until the price reduction for epic stuff? Because they said it on the 1st, right? I thought it was going to be the 15th. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, no, 15th, I think. So in 4 days, you'll yeah, it's the 15th. In 4 days, there will be a price drop for epic stuff, so definitely don't buy epic stuff right now. If you think you'd like an outlaw, then you can go ahead and get it if you can afford it. But again, like I just finished saying, like, don't gamble. How much is this going to cost? Like, you know how many total things there are here, right? Don't, like, you count all those. There's 15 total prizes. Each of them cost 300. Pretty easy math. That means 4,500 A-coins is what you'd need to guarantee that you get it. If you have less than 4,500 A-coins, don't spin it, because there's a very real chance that you get a bunch of blueprints and a really pathetic number of credits, and you end up with 0 A-coins and 0 outlaw on top of that. And that would be really, really, really bad for you, right? It'd be a massive waste. So, right? Like, I wouldn't recommend doing that. Most crazy thing I've done is buy credits with 3,000 A-coins just to get credits to buy Disc Launcher 8. That is pretty crazy. I wouldn't recommend doing that again. But at least you know that it's a bad idea now. That's why I'm not in Tier 6, because I'm waiting for the price drop to buy epic weapons to get me into Tier 6. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, like upgrades as well. Everything will be cheaper. Buying stuff, upgrading stuff. Not that you should upgrade epic stuff, really. You should focus on just buying better things. Can I have the old Hangars Showdown matchmaking back? 80 seconds to get could not connect you to a battle? That's crazy. I have not had that before. I've had like 2 matches with bots, but that's it. Like, that's the craziest I've had. You already have Outlaw at rank 3, but still use Guardian because it's been a huge help. Well, yeah, isn't your Guardian like basically maxed out? So it probably has more HP, and it has way more firepower, and it has mods. So clearly it's going to be better than your Outlaw. You're saving for Surgery Clips. You have 8,000 A-coins. Should you get Outlaw instead? I mean, like I said, check some videos. Watch some videos of it. See how people use it, and if you think that playstyle looks really boring and you don't think you'd enjoy it very much, then don't get it. There's a lot of things, like Outlaw is the sort of thing where it's like people use it competitively, but it itself is like not a great mech. People only use it to counter Deathwalker, and that's about it. Next weapon you're going to get is Overdriver 8, right? Potentially. I'm not like 100% sold on that. Your first Hangar Showdown every day tells you it can't connect. That's crazy. I don't get that problem. Yeah, people are trying to convince me to get Outlaw. I don't think I'm going to. The only way that I would spin it is not that. The only way I'd spin it is if I could get 2,700 A-coins from Fortune Vaults with my 90 Fortune Keys, which is almost definitely not going to happen. Right? 2,700 A-coins is how much I would need to guarantee that I get it. That'd be enough to get me to 4,500. You'll be getting Storm X16 very soon. Nice. It does cost credits in Tier 8, so if you're going to buy it with if you're going to buy it like with real money, then don't do that. Whoever wants RuFFles to spin for Outlaw, buy him A-coins first. That's crazy. What if the A-coins just showed up in your account? I would do it, because at that point, I wouldn't want to waste them. But I will say, people are going to really, really hate me if I end up Okay, there's a couple things. Like, first off, I do want the Outlaw. I think it'd be good. I think it'd be fun. And like I said, I want to spin it, but I know it's a bad idea, statistically speaking. Second off, if I got lucky, people would hate me. They would. Scape 211 back in the day, it wasn't even luck that he did. It was not even luck, it was pure skill and big brain. It was Galaxy Brain 211. He waited, he saved all his resources, he saved all his crates, he got a bunch of points in a playoff event that won him Eclipse. And everybody hated him from that point onward. Well, like, obviously it's not everybody hated him, but like there was a bunch of, you know, free-to-play whiners in his comments every single time he showed his free-to-play account. This was his free-to-play account, by the way. Every single time, people were constantly complaining, like, how'd you get Eclipse? I still get people complaining, asking how I got Fuse Mortar 8 and Blast RPG 6, but yeah. So, like, people would hate me if I got it, and they'd hate me even more if you sent me the A-coins to get it. So, like, even though that would be funny as hell, I don't think it's necessarily worth it. But I would probably, I'll say I would be willing to spin the fortune keys just to see if I get lucky. Because if I get lucky with the fortune keys, enough to basically guarantee it, then I think it's a reasonable thing to do. And at that point, that's like, it wasn't luck at that point. Escape 211 is actually high IQ. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It was not even luck that Escape got the Eclipse. It was pure big brain play. And yet, people despised the fact that he had Eclipse and they didn't. Simply because he was smart about it. They did not like that. But I say forget. Why not? W escape, yeah, always. I could use the credits anyway, so I was going to spin these at some point. And to anyone wondering, yes, the 10 is the best one to go for, always. Oh, W escape, good for escape. Yeah, exactly, dude. I don't remember if he got it rank 4 or rank 5. But he got it by being smart, and people could have really learned from that, but instead of learning from it, people just decided to hate on him because they didn't get it. Which is pathetic, but that's just the reality of it, right? If you get anything that other people don't, or if you get lucky, or whatever, like, more than likely people aren't gonna take it super well. Especially if you're trying to play like a free-to-play account, right? $375, yay! If nothing else, I'll at least use these A-coins to buy like Cheetah or something when the price drops. You got it rank 3, if you recall correctly, and put Arc 6 on it. Maybe. That might be true. That might be true. How many stars? The stars that you get for each weapon or mech is just the rank. That's it. So if you buy something at rank 3, then it gives you 3 stars. If you buy something rank 4, it gives 4 stars. It's very simple. It's just the rank. You think he ranked it up rather quickly? Yeah, probably. I'll bet you he was probably in rank 7 for a while, so he was building up blueprints for him. Should you get the gold pass? It's one of the better offers in terms of like raw resources. In terms of actual value for your money, I would say the best value is to, especially if you're like around my SP, which most people are, if you're like a somewhat mid-game player, like 4,000 to 6,000, I would say the best offers you can get are the legendary mechs for $5. The rank 3 legendary mechs for $5 when they're like 65% off. Right now I have a brick house, which obviously is not very good because brick house isn't great and it also just costs credits. So I wouldn't get that even if I did spend. But like every now and again. And also don't go to the armory. They'll give you rank 3 offers, but they won't be as much. They won't be as cheap as you could otherwise get them, right? It's like, here's a Seeker for $9. I could get it for $5 if I just wait for there to be like one of these type deals in the flash deals. So yeah, the best offer you can get is a rank 3 legendary mech for $5. The best value, I should say. Duplicate Stormwreck 10s on Panther would be such a bad idea. If you don't have the reload implant, the legendary reload implant, you're getting 1 magazine off per ability usage, which is entirely pointless. Like, why do I have a 10-second shield duration if I'm going to spend, if I'm just going to fire all of my damage output in 2 seconds and then just go back into cover anyway? It makes my ability pointless. And this mech without the ability is not anything significant, really. Duplicate Storm 10s? No. Wait, why would I do that? Why are people asking for that now? I don't have enough blueprints. Like, technically, I probably could if I really, really wanted to. What the frick would I use it on? I'm purposely not duplicating my Revoker 10 or my Stormwreck 10 for tactical reasons. Name a mech besides Zephyr that would be good with Revoker 10 and 6 that I have. I'll wait. I don't have one. There's no, every single one of these, all of these mechs are fully optimized based on what I have. The only thing that could be better is maybe Overdrive R8s on Aegis. None of these builds would be better with Revoker. Zero. Just because Revoker's OP does not mean that it's OP on everything. And the same thing goes with Stormwreck. I don't have the legendary reload implant, which is the thing that makes it strong. I've been trying to say this for like months now. This legendary Stormwreck reload implant is the thing that specifically makes it so strong on everything. Name a build besides the Lancer that would do better with Stormwrecks on it. None of them, because it's an 11-second reload time. I could use double 10s on but again, 11-second reload time. None of these would be better. Like, literally, I'm not doing it because it's better this way. It's legitimately more effective for me to not double up on those weapons right now. Now, if I had Eclipse, or if I had Surge, absolutely, I would double up on Revoker. I'd use Revoker on Zephyr and Revoker on Surge or Eclipse, right? If I had a legendary Stormwreck reload implant, absolutely, I would put Stormwrecks on maybe Aegis, right? And I'd use that with the reload implant, so I can get like 2 or 3 magazines off per ability. I'd use that with the reload implant, and then I'd leave the Lancer without it. And that would be really good. But I don't have those, so it's just tactically, it doesn't make sense to duplicate them. And it legitimately, and I'm not even joking, it goes back to the fact that people cannot bear to see that I have resources that are not spent. I'm telling you guys, you gotta chill. A little bit. You gotta chill. Just because I can afford to do it does not mean that I should do it. Does not mean it's a good idea. What weapons are good on Outlaw? Anything that's guided, really. It's a passive mech. It's a passive, like, supportish mech. You did double Stormwreck Panther with no reload implant and just staggered your shots? Well, yeah, it'll be decent. But the Gravitons will be better. So you're telling me that I should do two things. I should do two things. I should first off spend all of my resources to duplicate Stormwreck 10. And then, secondarily, I should tank the effectiveness of my Lancer by taking the Stormwreck 10 off of it, specifically, and putting it onto Panther, which also tanks the effectiveness of my Panther. I spend all my resources, I make my Lancer worse, all to get a worse build overall. You guys are terrible at this. Have you learned nothing? Have you learned nothing? I'm not even joking. You're thinking about the Outlaw event creating 6,000 Acorns, and you're tempted to get it now? You got another 375 from the Fortune Vault? Yeah. I'm telling you. It's because people sit in their hangar like this. They sit in their hangar staring at their Acorns. And then they look at these things and they're like, oh, I could afford it. And then they just fantasize constantly about what they could potentially do with it if they ended up getting lucky. And like after a while, you'll convince yourself that it's a good idea. Anyone would, right? Like I know that it's not a good idea, but even I'm tempted to do it. I'm tempted to do it, but I know I shouldn't. Right? So I want to, but I'm not going to. The longer I sit here staring at my resources, the more likely it is that I'm just going to find something random to justify spending them on. But you can't do that. Otherwise, you'll have no Acoins always. You'll be constantly out of Acoins. Time to gamble. This guy says, yeah, okay. And then they have no good weapons to use on Outlaw after they get it. Well, I think everybody got Pod Gun. Pod Gun's a very good weapon to use on it. To be fair, and it would have 20 energy. Yeah, I could do some decent work with it. If I got it, I could do some decent work with it. But even still, you know, it's like just because I can spin doesn't mean I should. Just because I can rank up my Stormwreck doesn't mean I should. Again, it's like it is literally part of the reason I don't do certain things is because I don't want to go too meta too quickly. Because I'm not trying to speed run my way into tier 8 or into a late game account. Right? Like the poll results very clearly showed that most people are between 4 and 6,000 SP. The moment this account gets over 6,000 SP is the moment that it becomes irrelevant to most people. So I don't want to progress this account super quickly. But there are a lot of other things that I do, or that I don't do, because it's just legitimately not a good idea. Like, there's basically... The only thing that I don't want to do is to get into tier 7, because I don't really feel like it. I would rather work with epic stuff, because I think that's where people need the most help. I think that's where people need the most help, so I don't really want to do that. But apart from that, everything else that I don't do is, like, if I do it, sometimes it's just for experimenting, but if I don't do it, usually it's a bad idea. Feels like RuFFles trying to explain quantum physics to a 1-year-old, bro. You know, okay, look, I don't think it's that complicated, but it's like they learn nothing, bro. They're trying to get me to duplicate my Stormwreck 10, but they're not thinking about it again. It's just cost and benefit, and what they want is they want me to spend everything, and so my cost is extremely high, and then my benefit is essentially 0. I bought so much BS, I actually unlocked tier 7 and 8 at the same time. That is crazy. It's kind of funny, though. I think people are not staring at their hangar, but your hangar hence making you spend it all. Well, I mean, no, because they stare at their own as well. Because that's how they convince themselves that it's a good idea to spin this freaking gamble machine, right? It's the same thing with this one. People spun this, I'm sure. Also, to anybody asking if they should buy one thing or another, I would say don't buy anything until they reduce the prices of Epic stuff. Especially don't buy any Epic things. The only thing keeping me away from using Acorns is that I get dopamine from having Acorns. People need more of that. People need more of that. When's the reduction coming? Should be like 4 days from now. You reached tier 7, nice. Even if you listen to them and progress to the next tier, people will still force you or push you to buy Eclipse or Surge. I mean, nobody's forcing me to do anything, and I will get Eclipse or Surge eventually. But yeah, essentially. Like, I'm not in a rush. And I said from the very start of this account, this is not to prove anything. This was never to be a speed run into tier 7. This was never to be, this was never meant to directly follow my Gear Hub guide. This was meant to experiment with different things that I wasn't too familiar with so that I have a better idea of what works and what kind of advice I should be giving, right? That was the purpose of this account. And that remains to be the purpose of this account. So I'll get Surge and Eclipse eventually. Probably get Eclipse first. A lot of people do have legendary, at least one legendary mech, based on poll results. So I don't think it's unreasonable to get there eventually. But again, it's not something I'm trying to speed run, because if I get it, if I progress too quickly, then my account quickly becomes irrelevant to most people. You have every epic mech, not Cheetah. Okay, so you don't have every epic mech. Get Stalker, it's literally Eclipse, just weaker. How is it like Eclipse? There's no qualities similar to Eclipse. I don't get it. What's your opinion on Redeemer? Very, very good in Hangar Showdown. Otherwise, it's mid. You think Legendary Reduction is more needed than Epic? Well, obviously. But that's why they're doing it last. They want to see how much they can get away with. My guess is Epic is going to be reduced by 50%, and Legendary is going to be reduced by 30%. That's my guess. You want a cheaper Eclipse, get Shadow. No. Shadow doesn't work anything like Eclipse. Eclipse is used specifically to counter status effects like EMP. So Eclipse can be used to easily counter something like a Zephyr. Shadow cannot. The only thing Shadow gets is stealth. And the stealth aspect of Eclipse is the least important aspect. It really is. These conversations are starting to remind me of global chat. It's so real, though. That's so sad, but that's so real. What I might do right now... Oh, wait, hold on. I have to keep an eye on this. I keep forgetting. Every time I rank this up, my implants become better, too. So that's something I gotta keep in mind. I need to keep an eye on that. I can also do that, and I'll get 15,000 for that. Not bad. 499, 940. Rank of a Mega Women, that's not worth it. Neither of these are worth it, because the only thing it's going to get me is this crate, which is only worth 4,000 credits. The blueprints I can assume to be worthless, because it's most likely not going to be anything that I need. Chungus is behind you? What a lie, bro. You can't say something like that and expect people to take you seriously. If Chungus were actually behind me, I would be in total darkness. The shadow cast by Chungus is unparalleled. You'd notice it. Okay? You'd notice it. What's my next purchase? I don't know. I'm not gonna, like... I don't think it's necessarily... Like, I don't think I need to decide on what I'm buying next just yet. I have some ideas as to what I probably will get, but I don't think I really need to decide. And I know that'll trigger so many people, because I have the means to get multiple things, but I haven't gotten them yet. Look, it's okay to not spend your resources. It really is. Before Eclipse get Chungus, it's more OP Trust. I'm not even going to lie, there's a very real chance that I don't get Brick House, for no other reason than the fact that all of my credits for the foreseeable future are going toward all of these other random weapons that I want, like Particle Beam 6 and 10, Chain Gun 6 and 10, Repeater 6 and 10, all that stuff. B. B is for ban. What to prioritize, weapons or mechs? In terms of what? Buying? I hope you don't mean upgrading, because you really shouldn't be upgrading either. In terms of buying, you should be prioritizing... Really, you can effectively prioritize both. Your A-coins should be going towards mechs. You should spend basically 0 A-coins on weapons, period. Your A-coins should be going towards mechs, and your credits should be going towards weapons. Those are two different currencies that you gain at the same time, so you can relatively effectively go for both at the same time. You wouldn't mind if I skipped Chungus? Well, it's not a matter of, like... It's not a matter of choice, it's just a matter of, like, I'm not going to have that many credits, realistically. Like, it costs a stupid amount to get Brick House. And I would probably I'd probably get more content out of buying, like, certain legendary weapons instead. Right? It would probably be a better idea from that standpoint. Because weapons are things more people are more likely to get. Brick House is something people only really get in Tier 7 if they reach Tier 7, which a lot of people haven't reached. Am I going to check people's old videos about Podgun? Somebody already did. They told me that 9 meters was what it had to begin with. And I don't have any reason to not believe them. Spend something. Yeah. I'm telling you, bro, they can't. They can't. They see that I have resources and their minds just break. They're like, wait. How does he own crates and he hasn't opened them yet? What? What is this dark sorcery? It's ridiculous. Hold on, I'll be right back. $260,000 what? Credits? Me? Did I actually, though? Well, I got a bit from Fortune Keys, I guess. I don't think I got that much. I did. Nice. Oopsie. Killshot commenters must be banned. I can get behind that. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Guys. How many fortune keys did you spend? 90. So I opened 9 of the 10 vaults. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play a couple more. I'm going to drain my battle points here. And then I'm going to go to Discord and I'm going to just review some of the hangars that people sent me on Discord. If you want me to review your hangar, you need to go to Discord. Do not put your ID here. I will time you out. Okay? I am not checking. I don't want your ID. I don't care about your ID. So go to Discord. Check the announcements. Most recent announcement should have... it should link you to the place that you need. It'll say no access unless you have the Mech Arena role. So you should grab the Mech Arena role. And then just read the pinned post there before posting anything, obviously. Do you want Tino? 1 silver crate. Those 4.99 credits are haunting me. It's gonna stay that way. What other games do I play? Mostly just occasionally repo with some friends on weekends. Which is extremely fun, by the way. If I ever... If I ever, like, really went into another channel, that'd probably be the main game that I play. It's just difficult. Because I technically have that other channel, which I have uploaded some repo stuff on. But it's difficult to focus on multiple at the same time. You know? Like, wow. What in the world? My man just he devoured me. I died immediately. Okay. But yeah, a lot of my time goes into editing. I just don't have time for stuff. I can't even upload daily on this channel, dude. I want to. And I know for a fact I can't go around focusing on some other channel if I can't even upload daily on this one. It is very difficult. It's part of the reason that I'm streaming, actually. It's because I didn't have a video I slept in. I've been sort of behind. So, like, I wake up. Most days wake up like 5 a.m. Take care of some stuff. And then I try to make a video before 10. Last few days it's ended up being 11, but that's fine. Is minigun meta? Yeah. Technically. Not everybody uses it. But it's a very, very, very strong weapon on certain mechs. And in certain modes. Stalker and low SP is crazy. I mean, yeah, I think that bot Stalker was rank 5 though. So I don't know how weak it was realistically. It's probably kind of strong. $5 a.m. Yeah, I go to bed at like 9-ish. 9 or 10. This guy's gonna go crazy. Do you still consider minigun over overdriver? Yeah, that's my personal preference. And I think minigun tends to perform slightly better than overdriver. But it's very, very close. Like, for most people, I would say just get overdriver 8. Because it's way cheaper than minigun 8. And there's not really any reason not to do that. Like, even for me, I have minigun 8 that I got from that one event, the Derby event, a long time ago. I say a long time ago, it was probably like a couple months. But they're only like rank 3. So like realistically, I'd be better off just buying overdriver 8s for credits as opposed to spending probably more credits trying to get the 8s to rank 5. It's like it's a weapon worth getting. But like if you're like a late game maxed player, my personal preference is minigun. Gemini is so good at damage-wise, it's just a lock-on weapon that makes it so bad against that one meta mech. Gemini is really, really solid. It just doesn't do well against multi-layered shields, like this guy has, right? Because the Gemini only fires 2 rockets at a time. That's the only downside of it, really. Otherwise, it would definitely be like a meta weapon. It's arguably meta as is. Hi. I don't want to see your wheel ass. Get out. Okay, thanks. I'm not sure what that was about. I was given orders. You were given time, you were given orders, you were given more pizza than others, and yet I find this planet unprepared for the arrival of Orgoon Empire. What? You know, this guy doesn't even know what he's saying. I don't know what he's saying, but he doesn't know what he's saying even more. Javelin 12 and 16 are still worth it. They're much cheaper than Helix Rack right now, but Helix Rack will be made much cheaper. So I think a lot of people are going to start buying Helix Racks and upgrading them. Because every other epic weapon, and I've explained this before, every other epic weapon has a legendary variant that you can easily get a better version of, right? Like Nade Launcher, Cryo Launcher, that's like a bit of an up and over type thing, but I think most people would prefer Pod Gun for the horizontal homing anyway. So, like, buying and upgrading those is not really needed if you can get the Pod Gun 8 anyway. Mortar type weapons are not really useful. Quantum Gun is just... It's just not like a great weapon. It's essentially an assault weapon. It operates like an assault weapon. And in which case, like, you could also get Fusion Cannon, but Overdriver and Viper are clear better options. You could get, like, a Missile Rack, but Storm Rack is a better option. You could get Arc Torrent and Ember Gun, but Revoker is a clear better option to 6 and 10. And so the only weapon that is relatively unique, and there is no easily accessible free-to-play version of, is Helix Rack. Although a lot of them are A-coins. I think they'll be cheap enough to where a lot of people are going to start buying them, and a lot of people are going to start upgrading them. And that's basically it, I think. That's my prediction, anyway. That's my prediction. What time am I sleeping to wake up at 5 a.m.? Like 9 o'clock. You won't be able to sleep until I hit 500,000 credits? I guess I got one permanent viewer, huh? Can't wait for price reductions. Want to get and rank up Aegis, one of my favorite mechs to have. It's definitely good. I wouldn't recommend most people to upgrade it. Definitely recommend most people to get it. Alright, you know what? Are you ready? Whatever guy. Quantum is just reskinned Gauss rifle with different stats. Yeah, but like I'm comparing it to a legendary weapon, and there is no legendary equivalent of Gauss rifle. Hallelujah. He's been saved. Should you spin Outlaw, you can spin 12 times. Don't spin it unless you can spin all 15 times. You tried to upload your Hangar video, but you got into 50 megabytes. Just upload it to YouTube. Like, make it an unlisted video on YouTube, and then just send the link there. That's fine. Yeah, or just share screenshots, but upload it to YouTube is better. Gauss Rifle Chungus build of champions. Very true. Actually, that's a kind of reminder. Bro, back in the day, before the grade update, one of the guys that I would regularly run into was a guy who had a maxed Gauss Rifle 10 Stalker. I was fighting all these other guys with other maxed meta stuff, and then there's this one guy who has a freaking Gauss Rifle Stalker. It's the only man I've ever seen use Gauss Rifle at that SP. And it was wild. I loved it every time. It was funny. It was really, really funny. How many credits should you keep reserved for crate rushes? Okay, crate rushes usually cost like 1.2 million. So if you are really... If you're absolutely sure that you want to make sure that you got enough credits for crate rush events, then you're going to need a lot. You're going to go sleep in peace now. Okay, bye-bye. Does Orion's shield piercing bypass mods? Yes, that's what makes Orion so good. It doesn't fully bypass mods, but it deals some percentage of its damage through mods. Anyway, we're close enough, so. Zephyr Longarm bot was a menace. Yeah, that's true. That is very true. Alright, well, I'm actually going to go from top to bottom, like most recent to least recent. Because those are the people more likely to be in the stream. So let's see. I can just download this real quick so I can pull it up. So, this guy, 9,000 SP. Decent. That skin is not good. All of this is pretty good. That the Panther is easily your weakest link here. Hold on. First, I want to check. Does he go through his inventory at all? Because the last guy didn't. Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. I didn't really need the implant inventory, but I'll take it. Okay, this duration, radius, damage, reload. Okay, you definitely want reload if you're using it on Panther. This level 3, that's fine. Definitely don't get any other mods until you have this maxed out. Or don't spend elite parts on any other mods. Like buying an epic canopy or something, which is not really effective, but it's guaranteed to block one shot, so if somebody shoots like one large overhead projectile at you or something like that, it's guaranteed to to block that one shot. So that's, yeah, it's decent. And that won't cost elite parts, right? This one, ooh, that's rough. Because this is clearly your better mech. This is clearly your better mech, but it has a way worse build. The Stormax themselves, but also you don't have the reload implant. Shield damage is pretty pointless. I would use cooldown if you have it. The shield damage implant doesn't really do anything. Regular damage is fine. Epic duration is fine, but cooldown's better than duration, I'd say. Both of these are epic level 3, so that's fine. These did not cost any elite parts, so you're doing this well. I approve of that. And then this, yeah, you shouldn't spend any more elite parts until you get that maxed. This Orion is not, that's not going to do good. Railgun 8. If you're dedicated to the Railgun Orion, hold on, is this guy in the chat? Are you in the chat? Where am I going to review hangars? On Discord. Like I said. Dude, what happened? I think it froze. Okay. You screen recorded 3 videos, few seasoned top players using auto clicker for Autobot so game can run automatically without playing manually, and report it to the support team. They told me they don't consider using auto clicker as a violation of their rules. That's interesting. Because an auto clicker is pretty, that is pretty definitionally a macro. But since you said that, I will say, full disclosure, I do use an auto clicker on the test server when I'm spam upgrading stuff, because otherwise there's a lot of clicking that I have to do. I never use it in gameplay, but I do auto click the upgrades. Guess they're really not here. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Try to spin an event crate and check your luck because it's only an experimental account. Well, what this is above an experimental account is it's also a free-to-play account. And I know from experience from other people's free-to-play accounts is that if I get lucky, people will be really, really mad at me. And they'll call me pay to win or whatever, right? They'll be really mad if I have anything that they don't have. And so I think, and even from just a general standpoint, like, it's not exactly great free-to-play advice to be using an outlaw, because no free-to-play players have outlaw, really. Unless they got it from this event, which probably not many did. It gets above 6% after a few spins. Really? How many spins? Because here's the... I can show you the function that I used. It makes the assumption to calculate the function that I used to calculate the average number of spins. I took a screenshot of it in case I ever wanted to use it. So here's what it is. Let me see. Can you see it? Yeah, that's fine. No, I think I want it this way. Hold on. There you go. So it makes the assumption the correlation between it makes the assumption that the correlation between the outlaw and the other stuff is the same. It's flipped. Oh shit. Hold on. Let me. There, that should be straight for you guys. Yeah. I need to center it here. It's hard for me to tell where the center is. So it makes the assumption that the correlation between the outlaw and the other stuff is the same. In that, the starting percentage is, well, I can show you. The starting percentage is 3%, whereas the other stuff is roughly 2.3 times higher than that. So the math that I used to calculate what the future percentage rates of the outlaw would be after each spin was under the assumption that the outlaw would always remain to be 2.3 times lower than whatever percentage of everything else is. And there's really no way, that's kind of the only, like, I kind of have to do it that way because I can't really think of any other way to get accurate estimations of each spin. But then after, and then it just like adds up all of those percentages, and then and you know, whenever it gets to 100%, this with the sum function, I just messed around with the total number of summations until it got to about 100%, and that was my estimate for how many spins it would take. But I don't know. 15 spins is 4,500 acorns. Yeah, which I don't have. I have less than half of that. So realistically, I'm pretty unlikely to get it. Realistically. Anyway, let's go back to this. Is this guy in the stream? No idea. Don't think so. But let's look at this for a second, though, right? So he's got these builds. First off, you have 3 builds that are passive. Panther cannot be aggro. The Hemlock can kind of be aggro, but that's usually not a good idea. And the Orion definitely can't be aggro. You have Railgun 8s on here. These are not going to deal a ton of damage. What you can do, your pilot's maxed out and you have an epic implant level 4. What you can do to increase your damage is to get rid of this range implant and replace it with Orion Shield Pierce, which, by the way, will increase the damage that you deal through shields, which, at this SP, he's mostly dealing with shielded enemies, right? Enemies with mods. And if they don't have mods, then Railgun 8s should probably take their raw HP out relatively easily. Probably not a big deal. But what you can do then is use that implant, because that maxes out at 40%, whereas even if you had a max legendary railgun damage, it would only max out at 30%. So long as you're shooting at shielded enemies or enemies with mods, the Orion Shield Pierce implant's actually more effective than damage than the raw damage out implant. So first off, I would say duration on Orion isn't 100% pointless, and you should probably not bother using it. If you could use cooldown, then that's better. The range is also relatively pointless. So is there like I think he has duration on all of his mechs. Yeah, 5 duration on Hemlock, 4 duration on Panther. Yeah. If you can put duration on, we'll see what he has on Surge. Legendary duration. Okay, that's better. And no revoker damage on Surge, which is actually fine. You don't need it. And his multilayer is maxed. These are level 3. That's level 4. Yeah, that's probably the way I'd do it for the most part. Going back to Eclipse. E-click. Max legendary duration, cooldown, damage, sprint speed. Or stealth speed, sorry. And then this is sprint. On Neymar. Revoker 10s. This is all good. This is all really good. You have this maxed out. Which you should. You should max this out before even buying either of these. I don't know what order you did it in, but it doesn't really matter. It is maxed out, as well as that. Revoker 10s, Eclipse is pretty good. That's pretty good. If you can get a legendary pilot on that, then that would be better. Let me check the pilots real quick. Okay. He's got 2 Neymars and 2 epics. He only has 1 legendary, and that's for Orion, which is not the best. Hold on, what tier is he in? He's in tier 8, so he doesn't have access to tier 9. He could get Nomad. And there's all of his other stuff. Okay, pretty much nothing else of value. Pretty much nothing else of value. He's already using, that's the 12, that's the 10, that's the 6. He's using a 12 and a, that's, okay, look. He's using a 12 and an Ember 8, or an Ember 6 on an 18 energy. I'll have to recheck that. More than likely, Revoker 6 and 12 is going to be better, but I'll double check that in a second. Railgun 8. Oh yeah, low rank EM rifles, that's really sad. Podgun 8 and 10. It's not bad. Both his Neymars. Close quarters sniper. You shouldn't rank up your rare pilots so much. He has a maxed guided. Impulse. Let me just show you. This I don't think matters a lot. I assume he's using the best implants he can. Yeah, he's got 2 cooldown implants. One's on Surge, one's on Eclipse, I think. Which is probably the better way to do it. Although cooldown on Eclipse is not really necessary. You maybe want that on Hemlock instead, even. Well, let me see. That stuff. Nothing much. Okay. So, let's go back to Le Surge. Yeah. Okay. 20 energy. 20 energy. So here's what you're doing. With Ember plus Revoker 12, Ember 8 and Revoker 12, the weaken effect of Ember Gun multiplies this thing's damage by 50%, which essentially increases it by 6 energy, so it's essentially giving it an extra Revoker 6 energy worth of DPS. Right? But then you also get the Ember Gun DPS on top of that. In terms of raw damage output, this is better than if you were to use Revoker 12 plus Revoker 6. However, in terms of RPM, Ember Gun 8 fires significantly slower, and because of that, you're not going to be able to take down perimeter multi-layered shields. You're not going to be able to take down multi-layered shields as fast. This could be 3,000 energy worth of Revoker. It's still going to take down multi-layered shields at the exact same rate. The way to increase the rate that you take down layered shields is to have multiple Revokers. It's not to increase this one's damage. The increase to that damage doesn't really matter until the shields are gone. So, in terms of pure layer effectiveness, just getting any multi-layered mods down as fast as possible, using a Revoker 6 would be better. It would be more effective. And on top of that, this only works assuming that you're not firing at like an Eclipse or something. The overheat, or not overheat, but the weaken effect of Ember Gun only works if you're not firing at like an Eclipse or something. And so it's relatively situational. I think a Revoker 6 on top of this 12 would be better, just straight up. Even though it would only be using 18 of your 20 energy, I think it would just straight up be better. It would perform better. And the fact that you're a Surge, by the way, one thing that somebody pointed out to me, which is a very, very good point, is that when I talk about like the, let's say, even like the 16 and 8 Revoker combos, the 16 can take down layers at a specific rate, and the 8 can take layers down slower. The 8 doesn't have the damage output against maxed mechs with maxed mods, right? The 8 doesn't really have the same DPS. It doesn't have the damage to take down a layer when it first goes in. It can on the back damage because it deals double that damage. So if you're hitting someone from the front, then the first hit is not going to take down a layer, but the second hit will. Whereas a Revoker 12 or a Revoker 16, both of them, it'll take down a layer in both directions, and that's what you want. You want one layer per direction. That's to maximize your layer destroying capabilities. For Revoker 6, if you get them from the front, it's only one layer from on the first hit, or it's not one layer on the first hit. You don't take down a layer first hit, but then you take a layer in the way on the second hit on the way back. And so you deplete layers half as fast. If you hit them from the back, then the first hit will, because that will be to back damage. But then the second hit won't, because it'll be from the front. But someone pointed out that you can hit someone from the side, where both the initial hit and the secondary hit of Revoker, both sides get a 50% damage boost, which allows them to both take down one layer. And especially if you're using something like a Surge, which allows you to pin people in place, it's very easy for you to choose a side. You can shoot them wherever you want, because they're stuck there. If you're like an Eclipse or something and they're running around, obviously, you just have to shoot at them probably from the front, because they're probably looking straight at you. But if you're a Surge, you get to choose. They're stuck there. You can choose which direction you shoot them from. So Surge specifically, if you're using a 16 and 8 combo, then if you're using a 16 and 8 Revoker combo, you want it to be on your Surge, first off. And second off, you want to hit them from the side. That way you maximize the amount of layers that you can take down. More than likely, his Revoker 6 at this SP would be enough to get the same effect as that Revoker 16 and 8 thing that I was talking about earlier. More than likely. That's my bad. So yeah. Hopefully he saw that. Hopefully he saw that. And he can actually take that advice and do something with it. But apart from that, the only other thing I would say is, like, replace your Panther with a Deathwalker if you can, but also probably or just replace it with a Nomad, dude. The Panther's not going to be that good. You should probably replace it with Nomad. Not the Barney the dinosaur skin. Yeah, that search skin is so bad, dude. I do not like it. You're telling me how would I solve a situation if I was using Revoker Surge and my teammate was useless and my opponents were using Revoker Vortex and Revoker Nomad? Surge easily counters both of them. It wouldn't be that difficult. You have to either A, get one of them to rush you, probably the Nomad first. The Nomad can cover the most ground the quickest. So you want to get the Nomad by himself. stun him, kill him, make sure that you're running away from the vortex. The vortex is not nearly as fast as you are. Even if it uses its ability, it'll take a little bit for it to actually catch up to you. And then you just essentially just run away from it. If it also has Revoker, it shouldn't be that difficult. You wait like 5 seconds for your stupidly fast ability to come back. And then the vortex is pretty much dead. And I know that you asked that question because you're trying to say that I think what you're probably trying to say is that it's an unwinnable situation and that your teammate was being useless, but realistically, it's not unwinnable. And you shouldn't necessarily just give up just because you have a disadvantage. Well, yeah, you definitely have a disadvantage, but that doesn't mean that you should just give up. Can I review your hangar from the game? No. No, I'm going to put a hard stop on that because if I do one, then everyone else is going to demand that I also allow them. If it's too big, then good for you, first off. But second off, just upload it to YouTube as an unlisted video. And I'll just pull that up. And then just share the link there. Surge and Eclipse equals free wins, essentially. All right. Who is here that put their thing in Discord? Who is here that put their thing in Discord? Tell me your Discord name. AAA. All right. Hold on. Here we go. I wish I could... Dang it. Yeah, I wish I could open these in a separate window without having to download them, but I can't. It's kind of annoying. Whatever. Not a big deal. Okay. So. Here we go. Minigun Eclipse. Man, this quality is really bad. Revoker 10 and 6. Podgun, Stormwreck. Double Stormwreck. I'm suspicious of this because I'm guessing this one's not going to be a good build. Okay, he's going through it real fast. Okay. Minigun 8s. They're only rank 4. You probably shouldn't rank them up any more than that. It's on an assault pilot too. If you have Viper 8s, they probably do better. I'm not even going to lie. You shouldn't have bought the Hardened Hull. You should only buy... Excuse me. Why is this not going away? There you go. Jeez. You should only buy the Perimeter Multilayer. And then just max it out. Should not spend any elite parts on anything else until that's maxed out. But yeah, Assault Pilot, you'd probably be better off with... If you don't have Viper, then you could just get Overdriver instead. Overdriver's better. This is good. Don't invest in any other mods here. Legendary Close Quarters Pilot, 10 and 6. Cooldown duration, damage, dash distance. That's decent. What was your implants here? Rare duration level 4. Epic duration level 5. Yeah, duration should be prioritized on search for sure. Why do you have a maxed rare cooldown if you don't have a maxed pilot? Doesn't make any sense. Oh well. Podgun 8's and a rank 3 salver. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is what it is, but your healing's not going to be great until you rank that up a bit. Deathwalker. Duration is a good one. Cooldown is a good one. Reload and damage, both very nice. And you have this as your priority mod here. That's not a bad decision. That's the same thing that I've done on my account. An A-slot shield can be helpful. But if you don't go for it, then I completely understand. You have a 10 and 6 on there, okay. Maxed Namor, by the way. It's really going through it. Okay, so he does have 2 legendary reload implants. That's good. And then another 10 and 6 here. And damage. Okay. So that's not bad. You will need to... epic, epic, essentially epic, and rare. You're going to want to get an epic or a legendary missile pilot. You could use Namor on Deathwalker long term, honestly, because the HP... Here's the main reason that I say you gotta go, okay, bye-bye. So, the reason that you shouldn't really use Namor late game is mostly because it gives you less HP boost. Not because of the damage, but because it has less HP boost. The HP boost affects your mod shields. Deathwalker doesn't really care about the mod shields. So you could use Deathwalker continuously. You could continue to use Deathwalker with Namor, and you'd be fine. So you could potentially skip over the epic pilot here and just go straight for legendary. That would probably be a better idea. Almost guaranteed. Like, missile weapons are going to remain meta. Like, they've been meta for a while, so close quarters and missile are the 2 safest options in terms of, like, which pilots to invest in first. I might switch. The minigun Eclipse I'd probably switch, to be honest. Probably change it with, like, Overdriver 8s. Because, yeah. Yeah, those minigun 8s, I don't think they're going to do very good. Because they're only rank 4. You could get Overdriver 8s at rank 5. Overdriver does basically the same, has pretty much the same DPS as minigun. It just has it for a lot less time. It can't sustain, like, you can't hold down the trigger for as long. Which, depending on how you play, may or may not be an issue. But also, you're using an assault pilot, so that would just kind of solve 2 of your problems right there. But let's see what else here. What tier are you in? You're in tier 7. Okay, so you don't really have access to anything else that's good. Unless you bought it with monies. Which you could do. If you're going to buy anything at this point, say probably Nomad or Lacewing. You got Revoker 10 and 6. You have the Stormwreck 10 and 6 as well. You also have Podgun 8. Wait, hold on. I wasn't really paying attention to his assault weapons. Does he have? Yeah, he's got Viper 6 and 10 at rank 3. That's so bad. Don't buy low rank weapons. Don't buy low rank weapons. I mean, by this time, I'm sure you've already learned that, because you know that those are so bad. Your damage output is limited by your energy capacity, and so you can't really afford to also limit it even further by the rank of your weapon, right? It's just not a good idea. So yeah, I'd say at this point, maybe just save up credits for Overdriver 8. Uh-oh. Are we back? Oh, okay. Thank you. Bruh, I don't know what that was about. He's got 2 close quarters, 1 epic, 1 legendary. I don't remember if that's what he was using or not. It's also got Impulse. Podgun Eclipse is not bad. If If you want to go with that instead, I think certain maps would actually favor that, to be honest. That's a lot of stuff. I'm not really paying like full attention to it. I assume most people are kind of fine in terms of implants. They usually don't have a ton of implant options anyway. Especially lower SP. Let's go back to his hangar. Oh, that's right. He's using that there. Right. So wait, that's rank. You could be using 2 close quarters. So why are you not? Yeah, that's rank 6. You probably should be using Revokers on Eclipse as well. But if you wanted to use it longer range, then yeah. What were you saying about Overdriver 8? I was saying Overdriver 8 is probably going to be way better than your Minigun 8. Because your Minigun 8's 1 rank lower and it's also on an Assault Pilot. So Overdriver, which has similar DPS, it just works slightly differently. It works in a way that I don't like as much, but it's pretty much just as valuable. You'd get extremely similar. You'd get a similar feel to your miniguns, except it'd be a rank higher and it'd use the specialization of your pilot. So both of those aspects would make it better. But you also have an epic close quarters pilot, and you have the means to do Revoker 10 and 6 on your Eclipse, so I don't really know why you don't do that. You probably should. You probably should. Apart from that, pretty solid. Yeah. Like if you wanted to use like a longer or slightly longer range Eclipse build, I would go for Overdriver. But otherwise, yeah, Revoker would work. And everything else looks decent. Obviously, this is not going to stay. You're going to want to swap that with like Nomad or Lacewing. But yeah, so like that's just, yeah, probably just going to stay there until you buy a Lacewing or a Nomad. But probably Lacewing. If you get a Nomad, then you could put, well, yeah, if you get a Nomad, you could put both Stormwreck 10s on the Deathwalker. And then put your other Revoker build on the Nomad and keep your Eclipse as is. If you get a Lacewing, then you're going to want to keep the Stormwrecks on the Lacewing. His Eclipse is kind of weak for close quarters. It doesn't really matter what the HP is. It really only matters what the perimeter multilayer level is. But yeah, that is why I said if you wanted to keep his distance a bit more, he could just use Overdriver. Overdriver would be another good option. I don't like using Revoker Eclipse in like CPC, for example. I think having a little bit more range on Eclipse is a better idea. So, you know, if that's the reason that he's using Minigun as opposed to Revoker, then that's fair enough. But Overdriver 8s would be much better. You drinking why not? Iced tea, bro. How are you grinding without starting a battle? Magic. Is Railgun good for free-to-play? If you're using it on Orion, yes. If you're using it on literally anything else, no. I should change the stream title, though. Hold on. No, I'm not going to do that. Hold on. I'm just going to say, reviewing hangars from Discord. There we go. All right, who else? Mr. Guy with a name that I cannot pronounce. What is your Discord name? I saw you asking earlier, so I'll do you. Chris Can. Is it one of the more recent ones? No. Hold on. This guy, let me edit the tags. Let me add the done thing to it. Add the done thing to it. Chris Can. I'm scrolling down. I don't see it. Your Discord name? Your Discord name in my server? I don't see it. It's just did you put it in the spot that you're supposed to put it in? Because if you pinged me in like need advice channel or something like that, then like don't even bother really. Where did you put it? I think you put it in the wrong spot, Ankala. In Hangar reviews? You made a post and everything? Because I do not see it, my guy. Sort by date posted. Sort by recently active. Oh, here we go. Bruh. That's great. No, you're right. You're right. I don't know why it wasn't showing me. Maybe it just needed to refresh. Should have automatically updated, but whatever. Hold on. Oh, dang second. Alright. That looks suspicious. Okay. The reload implant, that's good. Damage and cooldown, that's good. Perimeter multilayer, that's fine. Canopy is like pretty low priority, but I mean, you just got the epic one, so I guess it doesn't really matter. It's basically, it's like costs essentially nothing. That's okay. Storm Rack 16. Okay. Perimeter multilayer level 4. Damage and cooldown. If you're using Revoker on Eclipse, you probably want as much duration as possible. So if you have a duration, I'd probably put that over cooldown. But the priority should be on Surge for sure. So we'll see. Rank 4 to Revoker 10. That's see now you have to rank that up twice. I don't really recommend ranking. I don't really recommend buying low rank weapons. Low rank mechs is really good, but low rank weapons really not. A hardened hull level 1. I mean, you already have it, so you may as well get it to level 3, because it'll cost basic parts, and it costs basically nothing, so like you should be able to do it relatively easily. But I would not do anything more with this. I would just keep upgrading this until it's maxed out. Every single one of your mechs essentially should have only perimeter multilayer on it until all of them are maxed, and then you can move on to the other stuff. Range and damage and cooldown on Surge. Whereas Surge doesn't need Revoker range. If you have duration, definitely go for that. Especially since one of your weapons is a fragment gun. That's going to take a lot longer to chew through shields. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Take your duration off of Panther. Put it onto Surge. 100%. Level 5 pod gun damage, but your pilot is rank 4. That's strange. All epic mods except for the perimeter multilayer, so that's fine. If you were going to upgrade one of them first, I'd probably go with hardened hull. In terms of like if you're going to upgrade one of these epic ones, like twice, because you can upgrade them twice to level 3, and you without spending elite parts. Obviously, you don't want to spend elite parts. That's fine. Podgun Panther's not, like, phenomenal, but it's okay. Gemini, Orion, 16 energy. Yeah, rank 3. That's not phenomenal, but Gemini does enough damage that it's probably not the worst idea. And otherwise, you'd end up spending like $80 on a freaking rank 5 one, so that's definitely not going to happen. Don't really blame you in that regard. That's the reload, that's the damage, that's the shield pierce. Duration is fully pointless on Orion. Let me just get that out of the way. Duration's fully pointless on Orion. There's no reason to have it. I can pretty much guarantee that your Orion has never made use of this duration implant. They have always died before that duration ran out. Or at very least, the duration implant has never been the difference between you killing them and you not killing them. Right? Pretty much guaranteed. Take that off. There are much better mechs for duration, like your Surge. Your Surge desperately wants ability duration. You can get rid of the Revoker range on Surge, because it doesn't really need it. You can put the Revoker range on Eclipse if you wanted to, but otherwise maybe put a duration on Eclipse, and put your other duration on Surge, and you'll be kinda chillin'. If you end up getting rid of the cooldown on Surge, which you could do, Surge doesn't really need cooldown as much as it needs duration. Because when Surge is in cooldown, you're just hiding anyway. You could put the cooldown on Orion, is what I'm trying to say. If you really wanted to. But otherwise, yeah, probably you should get rid of the range on Surge, to be honest. And yeah, so that's it for that. The mods are mostly fine. You didn't do anything like major with that. Like no major mistakes there. So that's good. You're in tier 8, so you could get Normad. Yeah, okay. Yep, okay. Viper 8, Stormrack 10, Stormrack 16. Wait, were you using your Stormrack 10 on anything? You could use double Stormrack 10. Graviton 10. I think double Graviton 10s are bound to be better than Podgun 8 and 10 on your Panther. Almost certainly. Unless you've tried it and you didn't like it. If that's the case, then yeah, sure. Go ahead. Revoker 10, Revoker 6, yeah. Everything else, Gemini 16. Minigun, chain gun, pod gun. Yeah. You have an epic missile pilot. Epic close quarters. Legendary guided. That's unfortunate. Wait, did you get that from a crate rush, maybe? Yeah. Epic barrage. Okay, so... Okay, so you're using that legendary one. At least it's that. You have a barrage pilot. You don't have a beam pilot, really. At least not an epic one or better. But I still think Graviton 10s will probably be better than pod guns, unless you didn't like it again. It's like, that's just that version of my hangar where I wanted to use the pods on Panther. You like the Gravitons, though. Okay, well, if this is not what you consider to be your best hangar, there's 0 point in you sending me your hangar. I hope you understand that, right? There's no point in asking for advice if you're not going to give me the thing that you normally use. You realize it's just a waste of everyone's time, right? This is part of the reason that I don't like to go to people's accounts and check their hangar, because sometimes they're using random stuff that they don't normally use. This is why I say, send me a video specifically of what you're using, of what you normally use. Because otherwise it's pointless. What am I doing? Okay. So the Gravitons you do use, that's fine. You do have double Stormrack 10, which you'll want to use on your... this Hemlock. Damn, I can't remember the name. Once you get it to rank 6. That. Yeah, it's mostly, I would say it's mostly a matter of implant optimization. Like I mentioned, like the duration implants. You have both the duration, you have 2 duration implants, and you're using both of them on the mechs that don't need them. I'd say these mechs are the 2 mechs that, out of all of your mechs in your hangar, these 2 need them the least. I'd say these are actually the worst 2 mechs to put duration implants on. Hemlock also doesn't really need it, but I think it could use it slightly more. Surge needs it the most because it's using a freaking fragment gun, and that's going to take a long time to chew through multi-layered mods. Eclipse could use one because it is a brawler. You're using a brawler build that requires you to chase down people, and so the longer you're in stealth, the longer you can chase people down for. Otherwise, if they run away for too long, then you have to back off at some point based on how much of your ability duration you have left, right? And yeah, so like nothing major. Nothing major. I'd say at this point you need to just duplicate that Revoker 10 so that you can, or get a Revoker 12, so that you can use double Revoker on Surge. And then that other thing that I mentioned with the last guy is that if you EMP someone, if you stun someone with a Surge, if you're using something like a Revoker 6 or a Revoker 8, which can't take down mods as quickly, if you hit somebody from the side, you want to hit someone from the side, that way both your initial damage and your secondary damage both takes down a layer rather than only one of them taking down a layer. In terms of raw HP damage, it's the exact same DPS, but in terms of multi-layered mods, it's very important to optimize how quickly you take down layers. So that's a good note to make for you there. But otherwise, yeah, it's fine. That was fine. You have enough Acorns to guarantee that you get Outlaw, but you're saving up for the price drop, so I can potentially rank up Redeemer because I like it. Should I just get the Outlaw? What do you think? I mean, I think Outlaw's better than Redeemer. But if you don't think you'd like the Outlaw, then, like, I guess go ahead, right? If you don't think that you'd use it, then definitely don't buy it. Because then you just spend a bunch of Acorns on something that you're not going to use, right? But if you think you'd use it, then, I mean, yeah, may as well. This is probably like it's one of the best offers you're going to get for Outlaw, right? Unless you spend real money, then you could just spend like $5 getting it rank 3, and that's probably the best offer you can get. Galaxy, did you put yours in Discord? Okay. I will do yours. Here it is. Delete all these in a second. I'm gonna leave this here for right now. I'm gonna be right back, okay? Alright. Okay. So. He left because of me. That's crazy, bro. You saving up for Surge? Do you buy Outlaw? You have 6,000 acorns, so that's up to you. Right? Like, you know, I assume anyway, you know what the benefits are, you know what the downsides are. The benefits are that you can get Outlaw for super cheap. The downside is that it's going to take longer to get Surge. The Surge will still be there, right? The Outlaw won't. If you don't get the Outlaw, it's like it's not going to come back. It's not going to be that cheap again. But the Surge will still be there. But if you do get the Outlaw, then you're getting a mech that's like not necessarily the best, and it's going to take you longer to get Surge. So I'm going to leave that up to you. There is not one clear answer in terms of which ones as to like whether or not you should. You can watch my like mech tier list and kind of see my thoughts on whether or not like on like what I think about Outlaw just in general. But otherwise, yeah. It's mostly up to you and how much you value having the Outlaw. It's kind of refreshing to look at that not completely full-on meta hanger. Yeah, the lower SV hangers are always more interesting. It's still fairly meta, but yeah, like not as much. 6,200. Let me see, that Guardian doesn't... It's probably your weakest link. Excuse me. There we go. This... Wow. The quality on this is phenomenal. I can barely make out what those implants are. Duration. So... Hold on. I accidentally paused that. So you have cooldown, duration, reload, and damage on here. That's good. Those are your best implants. I mean, those are the only implants, really, except for range, Mimicker range. Good pilot. Everything looks fine. At some point, you're going to want to get it to rank 6 just so you can use mods, but otherwise, solid. Cooldown. Looks like heal percent. Damage and reload on Gemini. Stacked mods, but you're over-investing in the other stuff, especially Hardenful. You should be focusing strictly on perimeter multilayer until it's maxed out, and then the other stuff is good to get. But perimeter multilayer is just... It is the best option, always. Is this on mobile? Yeah, it looks like he recorded it on mobile. But I think he tanked his video quality, potentially his game quality, so that he could upload it to Discord. So he wouldn't have to. So that he wouldn't have to upload to YouTube or whatever. Not bad. Good pilot, good implants. The legendary cooldown on there. I feel like you could probably make better use of that on something else. Let me go back to here. You had a specific cooldown and an epic duration. Okay. Cooldown on surge duration. Revoker damage. You probably want dash distance. If you can get it. You should be able to get it, yeah. Revoker 8's rank 3 Revoker 8's. That's not great. But that's okay. Yeah, you definitely want dash distance. I'd say that's probably more important than Revoker damage. Although your Revoker damage probably is a little bit necessary with those Revoker 8's being the way that they are. And then your cooldown. The better cooldown, the cooldown from Salver would be better used on Surge, probably. Wait, you don't have Revoker 6 and 10. You can get Revoker 6 and 10 for credits, and that'd be way better. I was sitting here thinking, no, clearly he's got a 6 and 10 something. No, he doesn't. Buy Revoker 6 and 10. The Revoker 6 is going to be... Rank 5 Revoker 6 is going to be better than your Rank 3 Revoker 8, almost guaranteed. You could check the numbers to verify that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Just the 6s in itself, just double 6s would probably be better. But you can check that. Guardian, double Stormrack 10... Absolutely overinvested in those mods for Guardian. You're gonna regret that at some point. Cooldown, reload, range. The range on that's nice. You should have gotten multilayer to 6 before even buying the hardened hull. Much less getting it to level 5. But decent. Legendary heavy duty pilot, chain gun 6 and minigun 10. Cooldown duration looks like spread and reload. Is that what that is? Damage is probably better than reload. Although, nah, I don't know. Spread is better than damage, so at least there's that. Rank 3 Deathwalker probably does okay. Yeah, minimal mods on stuff. What the heck is this? I haven't seen that before. You don't care about meta? Then why would you want me to check your hangar? You know I'm giving meta advice, right? Using cooldown on Salver to save teammates before they die. Well, yeah, but Salver is not the... I don't think it matters that much. Salver is not the type of mech whose ability you spam as quickly as possible. You typically search out a teammate who needs it, and sometimes a teammate doesn't really show up, right? Someone who needs it is just not in range or not in view, and you can't get them. Pretty often that happens. It's kind of like Outlaw. It's not the sort of thing where it's just like you just use it whenever you can. Something like Surge is basically just like if you have it, then you may as well use it type of thing. And you're spamming it a lot, but Salver not really. Orion 2 is another one that you kind of just spam. But no, Salver is one that you want to choose a specific teammate who actually needs it. And so for that reason, you don't necessarily need the cooldown to be as short as possible because you're not going to be spamming it much anyway. Otherwise, like, it's decent. Yeah, I know why you have the 2 mechs rank 6, though that will probably mess with your matchmaking. I'd probably rank up... I mean, you got to rank up your Surge and your Deathwalker at some point anyway, but yeah, I'd probably focus on ranking those up just to get more usability out of them. They're both really solid, even at like rank 3, but your others are rank 5 and 6, so probably a little bit weak in comparison. Oh, you have a Seeker. A Seeker and a Dreadnought. Seeker... At some point, you're probably going to want to replace your Guardian with Seeker. Like in terms of meta. Maybe Lacewing, depending on the map. Maybe like, yeah, 3 presets. I could see like Guardian, Lacewing, Seeker on 3 different presets. You do have Nomad as well. That's a good one. Your search is rank 4. Vortex, Blockhorn, Parasite. Man, you got a lot of stuff. Hemlock. You could make all kinds of really strong hangers with that. Hold on. Check your weapons here. Overdriver 6, Viper 6, Viper 12. That's probably not right. Stormrack 6 and 10. You got the double 10s on Guardian. Graviton 10s. Graviton 10s. Might be... I wonder if that would be better on Deathwalker than the current scuffed minigun build you have. Although I think your Deathwalker can't carry 2 10s. I think it's rank 3. Revoker 8, yeah, Regan 16, Regan 8. Yeah. Gemini. Oh, that's a lot of Geminis. I can't tell. Rank 5, ooh. Okay. Wait, no, that's your 10 and your 12, and then that's your 16. Okay, never mind. Your 10 and your 12 is on Solver, never mind. Podgun 10s, that's a Mimicker. Missile, close quarters, sniper, guided, heavy duty, barrage. Yeah, your pilots look fine for the most part. It's just these two that you don't have legendary of, and that's fine. I'd say this build is a little bit scuffed. And this one probably will not remain useful for very much longer. If you continue to gain SP, I know you like it right now, but it's at some point it's just gonna hard fall off. So, I mean, I prepare for that to happen, I guess. I don't know. If I do buy the Outlaw, what weapon would be best for it? Any type of, like, guided weapon. Outlaw's just a support mech. Not like in-game role. Its in-game role is attacker, but you play it as a support mech. Lucky Nana 713, is that your Discord? Yeah, I see it. Wait, you sent 2. Is this 2 parts to the same thing? I assume so. Let's see. Okay. $82. It's a tanker build right there. The shot, is it a shotgun 2? That is ridiculous, bro. I mean, you may as well, right? Minigun looks like 12 and 8. This looks like 16 and 12. This looks like double 12. Or maybe that's also a 16 and 12, based on like the little rim thing right here. That might be a 16 and 12. Pretty good. Let's see. Yeah, shotgun 2. All your epics are maxed out. It's not worth it. Like, you can get those epics to level 3 for basic parts, but then in terms of your mod parts, all of your elite mod parts should be going straight to your perimeter multilayer, because your perimeter multilayer is the most cost-effective mod, period. And it doesn't become less cost-effective until you max it out and you physically can't upgrade it anymore. It's just that much better than everything else. And I'm not talking strictly against Revoker either. I'm talking just in general. Just in general, it is the best one. In terms of raw benefit. So that should be maxed, and your others should be secondary priority, not top priority. Shotgun 2 being rank 6 is crazy, but like I guess it probably costs basically nothing, huh? Cooldown duration, dash distance, revoker damage. That's exactly what I use. I would upgrade the dash distance a little bit more, but that's about it. Rank 3. I'm assuming you just bought this pilot and you're trying to level it up. Damage, reload, spread, and duration. That's, again, exactly what I use. Very nice. Once again, your over-investing in your secondary mods. The first and only one you should be worried about is perimeter multilayer. After that, you can start going with all the other ones. But those other ones are secondary priority. You really shouldn't even buy them until your multilayer is maxed out. You can buy the epic ones because they cost basic parts, but you get what I'm saying. Nice thing though. Your minigun 8, you probably don't need to rank that up anymore, because you can just wait until your clips is maxed and then use double minigun 12. You don't really need to keep up with the minigun 8, I don't think. Not that you were. I was just saying that in case you were thinking about doing that. That was a 16 and 12. Okay, good. That's what I thought. Cooldown, damage, radius, reload. Duration is the top implant for Deathwalker. Your goal as a Deathwalker okay, maybe Stormrack Reload's better, but what I'm saying is your goal as a Deathwalker is specifically to be as annoying as possible, as big of a problem as possible, to make sure that people cannot afford to wait your ability out. People have one common defense against a Deathwalker, and that is to wait you out. The longer duration you have, your base duration is 15 freaking seconds, which is really long, and that means a duration implant can add a lot of time to that. Even if it's just an epic, it can add a lot of time to that. So, by adding extra duration, you just make it even harder for people to wait your ability out. And you make yourself much more of a problem. And that's your goal, is to force people to be as much of a problem as possible, to force people to kill you before your ability is over and send you back. That is your primary goal as a Deathwalker, is to be as much of a problem to force people to send you back, as opposed to waiting you out. If they can wait you out, then you're just dead. And you didn't accomplish a whole lot. So duration, I think, is the most important for fulfilling that role. More important than cooldown, more important than damage, more important than radius. If I was going to get rid of one, I would get rid of radius personally, because I think I'm good enough shot that I don't need the radius. But if you like the radius, then I'd probably get rid of damage, because realistically, each of these rockets are already taking a layer per rocket. Like each of these Stormrack rockets, you probably don't have an issue. It probably isn't going to be an issue getting through like a perimeter multilayer, for example. And then in terms of like raw HP, you have enough firepower, you have enough raw energy firepower that you don't necessarily need the damage implant. But I personally prefer to have damage over radius, but that's just me. Cooldown is nice. Cooldown is nice, but duration is better than cooldown, I would say. And again, you have that problem with your mods. You should be prioritizing perimeter multilayer. And also, you should not buy, like, I think for most mechs, buying Epic Canopy and Epic Galvanical is fine. However, this Hardened Hull is a raw HP boost. Every mech makes full use of it. You cannot kill anything without getting through this mod first, which means it's guaranteed to be used, which means, technically speaking, it's the most important one to have of Legendary. Like, yeah, obviously perimeter multilayer adds like a ton, and it adds a lot of layers, but technically I suppose you could use an epic, but it's just significantly weaker against like sustained fire weapons. But you get what I'm saying, right? You can't kill something without getting through this Hardened Hull first, because it's just a straight HP buff, and it's the first HP that gets depleted. So this should always be Legendary no matter what. I would never skimp out on perimeter multilayer, and I'd never skimp out on either of these slots, the A slot or the C slot. Both of these should be Legendary. These two can usually be epic, and it's fine. And this was a 16 and a 12. Yeah, I freaking thought so. Dude, I'm a professional. Guided cooldown. Heal percent or heal range? I think it's heal percent. And then strike rocket range. Again, over-investing elite parts into mods that aren't necessarily going to help you a lot. If you look at the percentage benefit of each level of, let's say, Canopy, just as an example, you'll see that it's not really giving you much of anything. Almost no matter what level this is, it's going to be down in one shot regardless. So you can buy it, and I think it's nice to buy it, but you probably shouldn't upgrade it a whole lot, or at least don't prioritize upgrading it. This should be the first thing you upgrade. Both these are rank 4, sorry. It's not bad. Should I remove damage implant when the pilot's maxed out? If you could remove damage implant right now if you wanted to. But Deathwalker doesn't, like, you have 4 slots to deal with, right? So, like, reload is an obvious one, duration is an obvious one, and then your other 2 you can just have as storm rack damage and ability cooldown. But if you really want the radius, then you can get rid of the damage in favor of radius, I suppose. And then this. Right. Okay. So once again, this one is not one that you want to skimp out on, especially for a mech like Nomad, which multiplies its HP. So, Nomad and Deathwalker. Deathwalker regenerates its HP every time. So the better the better hardened toll you have, the more HP people have to deal with every time you resurrect. Not just the first time. The perimeter multi-layered shield, once that's gone, it's gone, and you don't regenerate it. But your hardened toll, you do regenerate, and that's just more HP people have to chew through every single time you use your ability, and that's really, really strong, and that's nice. Nomad is similar in the sense that when you dash, it multiplies the HP that you have, which will also multiply the effectiveness of your hardened hull. So not only is it just generally a bad idea to skimp out on these, but it's also specifically important for something like a Nomad. But again, don't invest in a legendary one of these until this is maxed out. Edie, you're gonna go now? Okay, bye-bye. I didn't really check the implants on that. Hold on. Damage, cool, dash time, and range. I was told that dash time implant thing was a bug, so I would not, like, over-invest in that. It's not supposed to give you extra resistance time. It does, but it's not supposed to. Damage and range. I would go with cooldown over Revoker range. Any range that someone is at, you can dash toward them, right? You're going to be for the most part, you're just going to be in people's faces. You don't really need Revoker range. So if you can put cooldown on that instead of the Revoker range, I think that would be much better. And then, what else? You're in tier 6. Technically speaking, you have a rank 4 Seeker. That's nice. I want to see your inventory. Yeah, here we go. Rank 5 legendary missile. 5 legendary. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think there was really any notes. Wait, you have a Hornet 12? That's crazy. I don't think there's really any notes in terms of weapons. I think your weapons look fine. But I will see what you have for the sake of argument. Okay. And then your implants. I already told you what you should do with your implants. If you have it, then you have it. But that's a lot to look through, and I really can't be bothered with it. What was that second thing that you sent? Because you sent 2. What was the other one? Is that going through your mechs? Oh, yeah, it's just going through your mechs. Okay, okay. So you have Seeker and Lacewing. And Solus. Seeker and Lacewing and Solus. Okay. If you, like, top meta Hangar, you replace this with either a Lacewing or a Seeker. Stormrack on Lacewing, Revoker on Seeker. And then you'll be chilling. And that'll be like essentially top meta hanger right there. So depending on which depending on which hanger slot you're right, like you have 3 hanger presets, so keep Salver in one, and then you could have like a Seeker in another one, and then Lacewing in another one, something like that. Otherwise, yeah, not bad. It's mostly a mods thing, and then just like that small note about the duration implant for Deathwalker. That's really it. $60,000 per Revoker shot on that 16 is insane. Yeah, but it's still like it still gets through multi-layered shields as fast as like a Revoker 10 does, right? So having double Revoker is much better than having one single strong one. Madness. Bro, I know, as soon as I saw that, I was like, that's a tanker build right there. I'm not saying that he was tanking with it, but saying that that's just what tankers use. Would you make another free-to-play guide when the epics get repriced? I'm not sure. I don't think I'd have to change much. Like I said before, and I'll say it again, right? The things that I think are worth getting are still worth getting, and the things that I think aren't worth getting aren't really more worth getting just because they're cheaper, right? It's like the only thing that I really have changed my mind about in terms of the fact that it's now cheaper makes it worthwhile is Max to Lancer, but that's just because it's so much cheaper. It's 90% cheaper. It costs a tenth of what it used to cost, and it can fill the role of like a Lacewing, which is a super meta mech. It can fill the role of that in like an earlier SP, and that's like the only instance. There's no other mech that's so similar to a meta mech like that that would be worth buying and or upgrading just because it's cheaper, right? Like there's really none. As soon as the repricing came, my first thought was, I'll bet you could max out Lancer and it would be hella strong. And I did it, and I was correct. I think a lot of people didn't think that would be the case, but I saw that and I was like, yeah, that's gonna be good. You have to update it now because Cheetah will be OP. Yeah, for sure. But again, like it's. I think people see that as it's cheaper, so now I can get more stuff. That's like, don't look at it that way. Look at it from the perspective of it's cheaper, so now it costs you less to get the same stuff. Like just because you can get further doesn't mean you should spend more, right? Like you don't have to spend the same amount. This just means that you can get further without spending as much. It doesn't mean that you should spend the same amount just on more stuff. A world where Cheetah is good. Alright, Dagger, what's yours? You've been here for a while. Surprising, I'll probably get yours next. I saw yours a while back. I think Dagger's been asking for longer, though. Where is yours? Just Dagger? Okay. Everybody else, chill out for a little bit. I'm gonna get Daggers first. I don't see it. I have to refresh it here. Hold on. Date posted. Recently active. I see Darsh. Is that you? Okay, well, you said your name is Dagger, not Darsh, okay? That's not exactly helpful. Alright, here we go. Gotta download it first. Maybe I should just pull up Discord and like, and supposed to. But that, well, you couldn't really see it probably still. Whatever. Okay. Seeker, that's a scuff Seeker. Kill shot. Redeemer, Tengu, Guardian. That's gonna be your weakest. This is gonna be your strongest. This is gonna be your next strongest. Most likely. Let me check. Damage and reload, cooldown, Guardian maxed, long arm 12s. It doesn't really matter how much you upgrade those, they're still not going to be that good. At this point, you probably could have gotten Railgun 8 with the same amount of currency, and it would have been better. And you should have, if you want a sniper, you should put it on Orion always. It's the only good sniper mech, really. Guardian level 2 multi-layer, okay. And then the Seeker, epic multi-layer. You shouldn't skimp out. You shouldn't skimp out on the A slot or the C slot. So your shield mod, your main shield, as well as the hardened hull. Those two you should always get legendary, never skimp out. The other two, sometimes you can most of the time get epic. Revoker range, teleport range, Seeker damage bonus, I think is what that is. Those last two are good. Revoker range is kind of pointless. If you have Revoker 6, you should definitely use that along with this Revoker 10 on Seeker. Oh no, your 6s are on Tengu. Yeah, honestly, Stormrex 6 is on Tengu, and then Revoker 10 and 6 on Seeker is probably better. But let's see. Damage, dash, distance, range. You invested a lot into epic mods. You should just max out your perimeter multi-layer realistically. Ember Gun's not going to do great on Killshot pretty much no matter what you do to it. So even though this is probably your most stacked mech in terms of mods, I doubt it does very well. Like, it probably does okay, because you could just keep upgrading it over and over again, but yeah, you have to continue upgrading it constantly, much more than your other stuff, because it falls off. Ember Gun's like not great, and Killshot doesn't really have anything to protect itself, so you pretty quickly end up wanting a more passive weapon on Killshot, to be honest. Level 2 perimeter multi-layer on Tengu, yeah. Having a brawler build like that, you really want as many layers on it as possible. And you sort of did that with the Killshot. And that's good. But this Tengu, I doubt, does that as well as the Seeker anyway. You could equip it with double Stormrex 6s and probably do better. You'd at least do better with the Seeker. But you'd probably do slightly better with the Tengu as well, because you'd be less inclined to try to brawl with it. Even though that's a nice looking build right there, dude. That is a nice looking build. That looks so clean. Radius damage cooldown. The radius is pretty pointless. If you're going to use cooldown on anything, I probably wouldn't use it on Redeemer. Disc Launcher level 2 mod. Nice pilot. So, cooldown. If you're going to put it on anything, I'd probably put it on Tengu. Tengu is the most brawler-ish of all of your builds, with the exception of Killshot, but Killshot's probably going to be dead if it needs to use its ability again anyway. Tengu at least gets some stealth and some stasis, so like you very often, and because it also doesn't have a ton of energy capacity, you very often end up wanting to like spam the ability a lot. So I put cooldown on that as opposed to, what does it have? Revoker range and stasis duration. I get rid of the stasis duration. That. Yeah. And that probably buy Orion and like Railgun 8 or something. This sniper build is not gonna last you, dude. That's a lot of currency that you dropped on something that's not gonna last long. Wasn't a great idea. Tier 6 is something. What else do you have? Yeah, Seeker. You do have Bastion. That's pretty good. You have Viper 8. That's worth mentioning. Missile Rack, Storm Rack. Revoker 6, Ember 8. Revoker 10, Repeater 10. Mega overinvested long arm, disc launcher, minigun. No pod gun. At this SP, I'm surprised you haven't gotten pod gun by now. Would have been much better for you. You do have an assault pilot. Missile, close quarters, sniper, guided. Barrage, and heavy duty. Okay. So, I mean, realistically, the Bastion's going to do much better than... A rank 4 Bastion's probably going to do better than all of these except for the Seeker. Like, genuinely, I think that's probably the case. And especially if you put Viper 8s on it. Viper 8 Bastion. If you haven't used it, your Bastion's rank 4, so it should be 16 energy. If you haven't used that yet, you should definitely start using it right now, because I think it's going to be really, really good. Otherwise... Yeah, I don't know how well this does. I can't imagine it does great versus players. If it does okay, then you might want to get rid of this build. I would probably put Revoker 6 on Seeker. Stormwreck 6s on Tengu. Ability cooldown implant on Tengu. I think you had a missile pilot, but you're just not using it. You have an assault pilot, but you're using it on the kill shot, which is not like phenomenal. But this build isn't going to do very well anyway. You're going to want some passive weapons on this, probably pod gun even. You don't have that yet, but you might want to get it. But then again, you're in tier 6 and you probably want some stuff to help you reach tier 7. It's a good tier 6 weapon. Storm Rack 10. Yeah, Storm Rack 10 would be a good one. I would probably get that. Eventually, you might end up maxing out your Tengu, which I wouldn't really recommend doing, but if you did it, you could use the Storm Rack 6 and 10. Yeah. Yeah. That's about it. That's about it I have for what I have to say for that. I don't think there's much else. I think you had another video that showed your other hangar presets, but whatever. Like, just show your best one, and that's all I care about. But yeah, I think Bastion's going to be really good in here, especially at rank 4. At this SP, I think it should be pretty decent. Viper 8s are pretty good. This build you're going to want to replace. These weapons you're going to want to replace at very least, probably the Mech 2. This build you're probably going to want to fully replace as well. This you could probably, so long as you keep upgrading it, you can make somewhat decent use of it, but yeah, you're probably pretty much all of these are like not that good, especially compared to the Seeker. But also get better mods on that. Yeah, about it. That one's not the best. Well, you shouldn't have showed it then. You feel like I know your Discord name if I decide to do you? Yeah, but I don't know if you actually want me to do yours unless you ask for it, right? If you don't ask for it, I'm not going to do it because I'm just going to assume you're not in the stream or you don't care. I said I'd do Spryzen next. So let's do that. Hold on, let me mark that as done. Let me mark this one as done. Let me mark this one as done. Let me mark this one as done. Here's Spryzen. Unless he left. I don't think he did. Oh no, he's right there. You're best singer. Nah, it's fine. Look. Don't worry about it. Okay. Blurred mess. Just what I like to see. I see an Onyx and an Eclipse and a Panther. And something which shall not be named. Dome radius is pointless. I don't know why you own it, much less why it's upgraded. Dome radius implant has more downsides than upsides, so you should probably get rid of that. Otherwise, Viper 8, you just pretty solid, nice mod. Weird pilot, but I guess to be fair, if you're using Assault on something else, which you are, yeah, that makes sense. Never mind. Yeah, don't worry about it. You can't get the Epic Assault pilot for free to play. Like it's not possible. I don't know why. You should be able to at least buy it with Acorns, but you can't, which is annoying. Cooldown duration, dash distance, definitely best implants there. Revoker 10-6, very nice, very nice. Focusing on multi-layer, that's good. No notes about that, really. Except for, like I mentioned to the other guys, if you're using this, just keep in mind that your Revoker 6 is likely depleting multi-layered shields at a slower rate due to its initial damage. It deals much less damage in the first initial hit. So if you can hit people from the side, it's more likely that you chew through layers faster. So that's a good little point to make there. Damage and duration on your Panther. I think you have a better duration on your Surge, so that's fine. Podgun 10 and 8. Scuffed Pilot, no mods. That's fine. What did we... 4 rare pilots, that's crazy. But none of your rare pilots are ranked 6, so that's good. That's good. So long as you don't overinvest in them, you're fine. Storm Rack reload. Damn. 10 and 6 on an Onyx. Ability damage and Storm Rack reload, that probably slaps, brother. Again, you're not overinvesting in mods. You're keeping the perimeter multi-layer. You're keeping your other stuff at least rank 3 or level 3. But when again, well, like I said with the other guys, don't skimp out on this one. This one's not worth skimping out on. These always get used. You cannot kill a mech without depleting their hardened hull first. Something like a canopy, and here's the reason. This is exactly the reason, right? This is the reason that I tell you, epic canopy and epic galvanic hull are most of the time fine for most mechs, because you can very easily kill a mech without taking out the canopy. You can very easily kill a mech without taking out the galvanic hull. You can very easily kill mechs without even dealing a single tick of damage to either one, right? So because those are situational mods, they're nice to have, but they're situational. It's okay to sort of skimp out on them. This always is used, and you should not skimp out on it. It's the same thing with this. Nice. That's fine. Good perimeter multi-layer, overdriver, click. Rank 5, you have cooling and burnout. Okay. No real notes there. That looks okay. I'd say your Podgun Panther's probably your weakest build. Partially because it has no mods on it, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure I would get mods on it at this point. I don't think you need to. You probably won't use it for very long. Let's see. You're in tier 7. Okay. No Nomad, no anything. No thank you, Bunny. Drover Driver, Stormerton 6, Graviton 10. Guess you own Graviton Beam 10, but you're in the process of upgrading it. Yeah, that's why I didn't bother buying it. I didn't bother buying it until I was able to rank it up, because otherwise it's just sitting there in your inventory, never being used, because it's so pointless to use just one of them. Decent. You got the same miniguns that I do. You got the pod guns. You got the 10, podgun 10. I don't have that one yet, but it's fine. 1 epic close quarters. Otherwise, everything else is rare and level rank 5, sorry. So that's being used there. Solid. I would say... what was it with... Oh, that's right, you had cooling and burnout on that. I think you had duration on this, but you had better duration on that. Yeah, that's fine. The implants, I think the implant situation is fine. You really need better pilots, though. That's, like, the main thing. You're going to want to replace this with something. I don't know exactly what. But you're going to want to replace it with something. You could get the Overdriver 10. Put a 10 and 8 on Eclipse until you can duplicate the 10, and then you can use double 10s on Eclipse, so that's very nice. If you decide you want to go Overdriver Eclipse long term, otherwise you could go Revoker, obviously. This is not going to be a permanent build, but I think it probably is better than this one. Even if you had a mod on that. I think this is probably going to be better than this one. Pod gun build is not a bad idea to have, but I'm not sure I would keep Panther. That one's the tutorial mod. Oh, you didn't skip it. You didn't skip the tutorial. Fair enough, though. You're in tier 7. What could you really get? You can't really get anything from tier 7 that would be good in terms of max. You could wait until you get to tier 8 and then get like Nomad, but otherwise maybe it might be worth going back and getting Orion, to be honest. It's Orion's easily the best epic mech, but at the same time, like, is it that much better? The only way to make it worthwhile is if you got both Orion and Railgun 8s, probably. At which point, that's a very expensive venture for a build that is probably not like a ton better than this. So I'm gonna leave that up to you. It's definitely better than this one. Railgun Orion's definitely better than Podgun Panther, but how much better is, right? Like, how much are you spending and how much better is it, realistically? But the Orion should be cheaper pretty soon, so that's not bad. You could at very least use like pod gun 8s on Orion, and that would also probably be better than Panther. I don't think there's much reason to use Panther. Okay. I don't think there's much reason to use Panther if you're not using a heavily sustained fire weapon. Like minigun or graviton beam. Because that's kind of like the one and only benefit of Panther. Is high energy capacity and a really long ability duration. Or reasonably long ability duration. Otherwise, yeah. Not bad. Not bad, though. Pretty good. Mr. Banana, I don't know what you're talking about. Stop spamming. I know you want me to ban you because you're weird. But, like, nobody cares, dude. They don't. Can you check hangars from comments? No, I only check hangars from Discord. Because I need to see the videos of everything that they have to give them proper advice. There's been multiple cases where it's like people are using things, or people aren't using things that they have. And it's like, well, that would be way better. You should just use that. You know? Alright, Shiv, I'll do yours. Mark yours done. Let's see. This might be the last one that I do, because I can't be here all day. I know, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to get to everybody's, but I think I can't be here all day. You don't have Discord? Well, and I know, right? Like, that's unfortunate, but again, I don't really know what to do about that. Because I can't give good advice if I don't know what you have. And I don't want to go back and forth with you for, like, 30 minutes. So, there's not, yeah, there's, if you can think of a solution that would allow me to see everything that you got, then I am open to suggestions, but I'm not gonna make exceptions, right? You know what things I think are good. If you want suggested weapons or mechs or whatever, like I have tier lists and I have a free to play Gear Hub guide. I have all these things available for anybody to use. So if you just want general suggestions, those are my general suggestions. But if I'm going to review someone's hangar, I need to know specific things. And that is why I am doing it this way. But let's see. That Zephyr is scuffed. Everything else looks decent, though. I'm surprised you made it this far without getting Revoker 6. I mean, there's no way that you have a Revoker 6 if you're using Arc Torrent 6. No chance. This is the highest quality... Well, by the way, everybody. What's this? Give it up for Deadshot for having the highest quality video out of this entire thing. This one, I can actually tell what I'm looking at. Look at how crisp that is. Phenomenal. All right. Duration, cooldown, shield pierce. Duration's pointless. If there's any other mech that you could use duration on, probably you want it on that. That would be Panther or Zephyr, but we'll get to that in a sec. We'll see what you have on that. You're focusing on perimeter multilayer, that's a good choice. And then you have Railgun 8s on Orion. Epic Pilot, nice, nice, nice. Damage and reload implants for Railgun are both really, really strong. I would try to get those if you can. You have a level 3 cooldown. I'll just make a note of that. Okay, yeah, here, absolutely. Get rid of the Arc Torrent range. You don't need it. You don't need it. Arc Torrent has base range 30. Your Zephyr EMP range is 30. Realistically, you're not using your Arc Torrent outside of that range, so you don't need the range implant. Get rid of it, put the duration implant on. Duration, really, really good for Zephyr, because it means more shots from the Revoker 10, which is going to kill things really quickly. So there you go. Easy thing there. Perimeter multilayer on it, that's good. Epic Pilot, that's good. The Arc Torrent Mag is also pretty pointless, but I mean, there's no reason not to use it at this point, I think. Stormwreck Reload Jump Distance Radius. Jump Distance is mostly a novelty implant. Like, you don't need it. It's not actually going to benefit you. It's just a thing that you get for fun, for the most part. And because, like, you may as well, there's not really much else you can get. But if you were able to use, like, Stormwreck damage or something, I'd probably get that instead, to be honest. Multi-layered shield on that. That's good. Epic Pilot. You got some nice pilots here. Podgun. Same mod on Redeemer. Damage and reload. Yeah, this is solid. No notes there. Damage range. Duration. Nice, nice. The one slip up with the mods that you had was this legendary hardened hole on your Panther. This was the one slip up. Everything else was perfect. Do not buy any legendary mods, and don't spend any elite mod parts on anything until every single one of your perimeter multilayers are maxed, essentially. Like, I'll make an in-depth mod guide at some point in the hopefully near future, but in general, that's just a really good baseline to go off of, is that you should not buy anything with, or should not spend any elite mod parts until all of your multilayers are maxed. Otherwise, like Graviton 10s. That is a non-specialized pilot. Graviton damage is nice. Graviton range is nice. You could get your Graviton damage to like level 4 and still spend pretty minimal implant parts on that. So that would be a decent investment until you can get a better one. The range, even just keeping the range at level 3 is probably fine. I don't think you necessarily need it to be much higher than that. You have epic duration on that. You have, what do you have at Orion? Yeah. Level 1 rare duration. Okay, so I would swap these. I would put, hold on. I would put the rare duration on the Panther, because that's pretty pointless. And I would put the epic duration on the Zephyr, because the Zephyr really wants as much duration as possible. More duration means more kills. More really, really easy kills. And that's very important. The Panther doesn't really matter a whole lot. And the Orion, it doesn't matter whatsoever, so you just get rid of it. In terms of, let's see what else. He is in tier 7. So he's capable of buying Surge and Eclipse at some point. Don't highlight that as if it's an achievement. Get out of here, that crap. Now everything else looks fine. You have disc launchers that you're not using, that's good. Buy Revoker 6 also. Like, why are you not buying Revoker 6? You should definitely buy Revoker 6 for your Zephyr. You should swap the implants, like I said. And then, I mean, you mostly chillin'. You mostly chillin'. Aegis is, I think, a good mech to get, but you don't necessarily need it. There's no reason to go back and get it. At this point, you may as well just continue saving your Acorns until you can get Surge or Eclipse. And this should more or less tide you over until that point. You should be fine. Good, like, you're making good use of your pilots. There's only this one pilot that's unspecialized. And all of them are epic, so that's really good. You've got good mods on everything. You're not over-investing in the wrong stuff. This is the only out-of-place mod that you even have, so that's not bad. And, yeah, all your builds are solid. I just get the Revoker 6 there. And that's about it. And the implants, of course. Yeah. Not bad. Screw revoker emoji. Should you go for the outlaw? Keep your coins for surge. I'm gonna leave that up to you because it's a matter of like, do you get a mech that's not as good for super cheap, or do you pass up that opportunity and say continue saving up for something that's way better, right? Because like here's how I would determine it. If you think that you will almost certainly want to get outlaw at some point anyway, you may as well get it now because this is the cheapest you're going to get it. This is the best deal you're going to have in terms of in-game currency anyway. If you have the means to guarantee it, I obviously wouldn't gamble. But if you have the means to guarantee it, then I would go for it. If you think you're going to use it regardless, if you think that you'd buy it even if, you know, like way down the road, if you think you'd probably buy it anyway, then yeah, go for it. If you don't think you would, then I probably wouldn't because it's like, I don't think I even put it in S tier. Like some people use it in competitive matches, but it's strictly as a counter to Deathwalker, and that's it. You can use Seeker as a counter to Deathwalker as well, and it's a lot better against other stuff. Yeah, I saw the Lancer is better than Lacewing comment. It's not really worth highlighting. You have 100 like, oh, I cannot do that because I get 10 free ones per month and I already used all of them last time. But I do appreciate, yeah, we have a 137, that's crazy. You can guarantee it, yeah. So if it's something that you think you're going to want to get regardless, then go for it. But otherwise, it's like, you may as well not. When are you going to make your other account? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The plan for that is probably like, I'll make a couple videos. I'll make like 2 or 3 videos. And then I'll upload them in relatively short succession. But the first one is going to just be me essentially explaining what I plan on doing with the account. And then I think from then on out, most of that series is going to be a series for my paying channel members. That's what I think I'm probably going to do. That way I can reward the people who support me. And because I haven't really had any great, I don't think I've really provided any great value for channel members as of yet. Like, I'm sorry. But yes, that way I can get something that's like a bit more exclusive for them. And also, you know, I feel like if you're on a budget, you could probably afford $2 a month anyway. But also, every so often, I'll probably make a video public, for sure. So it wouldn't just be like everything. It would be like mostly just like update type videos, right? Where it's like things like this account where it's like, oh, I bought freaking Railgun 8, right? It's like a lot of that. A lot of the random happenings on that account will probably have that for members only. So you're actually going to do the $10 budget? I think so, yeah. I think so, yeah. But another reason I'm hesitant to do it because I don't want to spend money, right? Like, I'd rather... Like, I like the free-to-play account because I can give good advice and it doesn't cost me anything. I don't want to have to spend money. Because I don't make that much from YouTube. I don't think, like, you guys don't understand. I don't make that much from YouTube. So, I don't want to operate at a net loss, right? Spam risk. Second time, man. If I tried Tetra Rifle on Eclipse, I have. It's pretty good. for a refund. All right. Well, I already said that's going to be probably the last one. Ringer, I saw like last second. You wanted... Are you still here? If you're still here, I'll do yours real quick. I think it'd be fine. Wouldn't the $10 budget just be the season pass for best value? No, actually. I probably wouldn't buy the battle pass almost ever. I know exactly what I would buy, and I'll explain that in the first video. I'll explain like my general plan for progression. I know what I'm looking for, and the battle pass has very little to do with it. What happened to Solalok? What do you mean? I'm not sure. Did something happen to him? Okay, well, I don't see Ringer in here. So I'm gonna assume he is not here anymore. In which case... He's not uploading since the past few months. Oh, maybe he made a community post or something. Interesting. I'm kind of curious now. I'll probably check that after I end the stream. Yeah, okay, I'm probably gonna call it. I'm probably gonna call it now. Upgrade your Hemlock to rank 6 or Overdrive or 10 to rank 6. I don't remember what I said. I don't remember what your hanger looked like. I did, like, I don't know, almost, I don't want to say 10, but it's probably close to 10. Like, at least 6 different hangers, so I have no idea. I don't remember what yours looked like. So you can scroll back in the stream, and see what I said about that. Probably, like, yeah, I don't remember. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. That was interesting. I will check the analytics on my video in terms of the little hanger review segment at the end. I'm noticing from this stream that most people left when I started to do the hanger review stuff, so I probably won't do this on stream again. At least not to this extent. But otherwise, I appreciate everybody for stopping by. And yeah, take care.